I wasn't watching, but when I heard about it afterwards, I was laughing because I had sarcastically said, if it's a lottery and the Spurs are involved, they're going to win. And to see the final photo where it came down to San Antonio and Dallas.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah. The Dallas got the number 1 pick. The Spurs.
I knew Dallas. I did not know it was between they and the Spurs.
Yeah.
That I didn't know because I didn't watch nor care about a second of that.
I didn't watch it either. I just saw.
I didn't even see the picture because I was on X a little bit, trying to stay awake.
Sixers finished third.
Game for a 7:30 start lasted a long time last night.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dallas could do it, and you can stop me right now. But if you're the Bucks, would you offer up Giannis for Cooper Flag and something?
Oh, totally.
Because you're losing him.
Totally, I would.
Oh. That's the only. That's my only. I know they've got Giannis going a lot of different places already, but I'm like, if you're Dallas, wouldn't you entertain that? And if you're Milwaukee, could you do much better than getting the number 1 pick?
Oh, I actually think if you're Milwaukee, you'd have to. The problem, if I'm Dallas, I'm like, I'm just wondering which side is going to want. Like Milwaukee is probably going to want some first-round picks.
And Milwaukee would need to take some sort of salary off of Dallas's hands to make it work, probably. And Dallas would have to pay a big tax, which they don't seem willing to do with the new ownership. But that was just my.
Okay. I, of course, thought the funny thing would be if you're Dallas, do you offer Cooper Flag to the Lakers for Luka? Ambient, I don't know how you could think it was rigged. If the Spurs are in the lottery, they damn near win it every time. They've become the new Orlando Magic with the lottery.
We're going to leave the door open for a couple hours this morning. See if I get yelled at.
Is she still halfway around the world?
Oh, yeah. She's still in
Vietnam or wherever. Is anybody doing a show in her place?
No. The gal from B and the guy from B are down the hall, but they usually leave the door open all morning too.
All right.
Ambient, I would just go ask you to find the video of when the Knicks won the lottery for Patrick Ewing. That was rigged.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Another dramatic sports night last night. Man, the sports world keeps delivering. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for waking up with us, so to speak. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning. There was some oomph on that. That's a 3-1 series lead. How the heck are you? We do the show and put the show up immediately every hour up online for the podcast. And because of that, there's a machine that I record to my left, and it has all the files of like a wave file, and you see the voice pop up and down. That That had some oomph, David. I was looking over to see how many seconds that one carried out for. That was impressive this morning.
Well, there's no doubt that my favorite basketball team ended up with their biggest win that they've had in a quarter century last night. I have to admit, though, the Tatum injury took a lot of juice out of the win for me. I hate it when the great players get hurt, and man, was he great last night.
He really was. We were talking a little bit before the show started, and by a little bit, I mean for like 15 seconds, because we don't talk all that much before we go on the air. But there was a sequence in the fourth quarter last night for what seemed to be 4 minutes in which Brunson and Tatum couldn't miss, that they were going back and forth, high-level stuff.
Yeah.
Defense was being played, and they were just better than the defense. And that's when that game is at its best.
And you, of course, know what I did. I immediately then, I'm watching it, and I said to myself, not the same players, okay, but we got a little Dominique Larry going on here. We got a little LeBron Paul Pierce going on here. They're just, the two alphas on their respective teams are just like, give me the ball. I'm going to get this done. And it's nice when the ball goes in the basket all of a sudden. It's a much more appealing sport to watch, isn't it?
It really is.
When the ball goes in the basket and they're not all threes. Wow. I remember what that league used to look like. Damn. But the Tatum injury, I'm serious. The Tatum injury, like, I didn't spend the rest of the night reading the New York Post, which I would normally do, and reading 7 different stories about the win. And, I pay for New York Post Plus, and they've got 4 stories posted on it. It took the air out of it for me. I feel, and it's not a Celtics thing. I mean, I grew up a Knicks fan. I don't have this incredible love for the Celtics, but I felt sick for Jason Tatum.
But the one thing you and I have in common, as we've gotten older and have done this together for 20 years, is what we love. What we truly love in sports is greatness.
Yeah.
We don't want to see 91-87 with a bunch of misses and ugliness. We want to see what we watched last night. We want to see Tatum and Brunson going at it and delivering. And unfortunately now it looks as if Tatum's done, if not only for the series, we don't know the extent of the injury, but it could be lengthy. And that sucks because he's a great player. And the league's better when he's playing almost every night.
Well, and also we talked about this last week. The Celtics are not going to be the same going forward. The new ownership, which, by the way, has not officially become the new ownership yet, but the new ownership has indicated, I ain't paying these salaries. I ain't paying the triple tax. And I ain't having a payroll that's going to cost me nearly $500 million next year. Are you crazy? We're trading guys. Drew Holiday, Porzingis. We ain't bringing Al Horford back. There's no way. It'll still be Tatum, Brown, and Pritchard, basically. And, I don't know how much else we'll have left. Well, hell, if Tatum's out for most of the year, never mind, you have no idea how you're going to come back after an Achilles. Sure, he'll work hard and he'll get the best care and all that, but you have no idea if he'll be Jason Tatum again. So for me, it really, man, I hate it. I hate it when the really good players get hurt, and he's a great player. Hate it. It did. It took a little bit of the win away. I know the Knicks were going to win anyway. They were up 7 or 9 when that play happened. It's not like the Knicks had anything to do with the injury. It was non-contact, but it bummed me out.
And the Knicks probably were going to win. 7 to 9 points in the NBA.
Right.
And we've watched it overcome in less than a minute, and there was 3 minutes left in the game. So
the Indiana Pacers were like, hold my beer. We could do that and still have 2 minutes left.
Right.
So, but yeah, the Knicks won the all-important game, and especially the way it played out. I mean, down 11 at the half, they are like hanging in, then they fight their way back, then they give up the 12-0 run basically to end the half. And you're just like, man, they just don't have it. They can't beat these guys. These guys are better.
Well,
They're better.
I thought they were better, but I did think they kept showing the shooting percentage of the two teams. And the Knicks were shooting the ball well. The Knicks were shooting the ball at or around 50% for the whole game. Boston, for a while, was shooting the ball at like 64% accuracy. Yep. When you're able to shoot that well, you're going to get a lead, and it's just a matter of can you continue it? And it seems pretty damn hard to continue shooting at that pace. And when they didn't continue to shoot at the pace, the Knicks clawed themselves right back into the game.
Well, and we talked about it yesterday. We said the part that no one is focusing on is the Knicks offensively have not played close to the team they've been in the regular season. Not close. And that the Knicks are going to have to score 110 or more to win games against the Celtics in all likelihood. And where is the offense that was averaging about 94, 95 points a game in regulation in the first 3 games of the series? And then they come out in the second half and score 70 in the half and erase a double-digit halftime deficit, a 14-point third-quarter deficit. And, you know, I will say, even folks are even commenting in the Twitch chat room, sometimes you can tell certain teams play harder, longer than others. They do. And I'm not saying the Knicks played longer or harder than the Celtics, but the Knicks are just a tough out. That group of Knicks, and they're probably going to be together the next 2 to 3 years, that group of Knicks is going to be a tough out. Don't know if they're ever going to get the job done, but that group of Knicks is going to be a tough out.
I will say, and look, I said if whoever won last night, I still liked Boston in the series. That obviously changes when you take the best player on the Celtics off of the floor.
Yeah.
Can the Celtics still win 3 in a row against the Knicks without Tatum? Yeah. But it's highly unlikely now.
Right.
But the fact of the matter, to your point of how hard the Knicks play, you know who else plays really hard every night? The Indiana Pacers. We may not know the Pacers that well, and you're getting acquainted with the Knicks now after a couple of good postseason runs, and obviously the attention that a New York team gets in the media when they play well. Yeah, we thought for sure we were getting Cavs and Celtics, and most of us were looking forward to it. But the style in which the Pacers and Knicks play, it will be if they both are able to get the horse in the barn here, it will be a very entertaining series from the standpoint of how hard both of these teams play, David.
Well, they played last year in the second round, and it went 7. And Indiana won. And if you remember last year in the conference finals, the Pacers in the 4-game sweep that they suffered had leads late in 3 of the 4 games and couldn't hold on. So the Indiana Pacers could be going to the finals here. The other thing that struck me, Mark, and maybe why this Tatum injury hit me harder than a normal injury, is I don't recall the NBA playoffs being this impacted by injuries before. I mean, obviously, the Warriors are done. We knew that as soon as Steph suffered the hamstring strain, and they won. And we said, he's going to miss at least a week. He's going to miss at least 3 games. They can't win without Steph Curry. And the Warriors are near the end of being the Warriors. So this is a hell of a way. If this is, in fact, the end, this is a hell of a way for it to end. Because they can't beat the Timberwolves without Steph Curry. And then you've got what's going on with Cleveland, which has certainly affected them. I mean, they missed 3 of their top 6 guys for the first 2 games of the series. Now there's a huge workload on Donovan Mitchell. Mitchell's banged up. Didn't play the second half of game 4. He's basically a game time decision tonight. Now, we all think he's going to play because he's a gamer.
But at what level?
And clearly the Cavs have been impacted by injuries. And now you've got the Celtics. Porzingis with this mystery illness. And then Tatum? I don't recall the NBA playoffs. This is something that happens during the Stanley Cup playoffs. This sometimes will happen during the NFL playoffs. I don't recall the NBA playoffs impacted by injuries that have occurred during the playoffs as much as this year's playoffs. This is when we talk about luck, fortune, the bounces. Sometimes this is part of it. I mean, if you end up with a Knicks Pacers Eastern Conference final, you know, there's a little bit of good fortune for both the Knicks and the Pacers. Yeah, they will have earned it. Absolutely. And one of them is going to go to the finals, and they will have earned it. And good for them. After all, it's been 25 and 26 years since either franchise has been in the finals.
But the win lost a little oxygen because of the injury to Tatum. And the Knicks now up 3-1. The T-Wolves up 3-1. Pacers have a chance to close out tonight. And OKC and Denver still knotted at 2. That's what's going on in the NBA. Other stories to get to. The starting 5, 25 minutes away. A packed show for you today. David Samson, Bob Harig, Pat Kirwan, and Curtis Strange, all to join us today on Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, Pius, I was thinking the exact same thing. I don't ever recall Achilles injuries happening this frequently. Hey, Twitch chat, you guys are the smartest people out there. I have a couple of questions for you, if any of you are smart enough to know this. I have a smoke detector that decided to go off this morning saying low battery, low battery, low battery. We changed the battery. And it's still saying low battery, low battery, low battery. I'm guessing I need a new smoke detector. Any thoughts in Twitch chat if any of you have any expertise on this particular matter? That's kind of what I thought, Johnny Finger Lakes. It's just nothing like getting awakened at 3:30 in the morning with that. I have no idea, Spitz. No, Adam, we have my wife's got this wonderful little battery container that holds all different sizes. We are very, very particular with that. I'm not. They would be in the junk drawer, Adam. You are absolutely right. Then go Office Space on it. Well played.
We just ripped them out of the walls and got rid of them. I'm hoping that's a, hoping not really. Go Raiders.
Thank you for your advice there, folks. No, I asked them, they answered.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. David Samson joins us at the top of the hour. Bob Harig and Curtis Strange to both join us to talk some golf today. Pat Kirwan to talk some NFL. Good little show lined up for you. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So I didn't watch, did you, the draft lottery?
It was on a TV, but I paid zero attention to it. I was watching the hockey game.
So you had no idea the results of the draft lottery as they happened. You found out later on.
Yep.
Okay. Same here. Although I didn't have it on because I don't have 2-3 TVs in my setup. I just got one. And I'm watching Caps and Canes and, which I just find dreadful compared to Leafs and Panthers and a couple other series, but whatever. Okay. Hell, one of them may go to the finals for all I know. But
I really think that's a bit of a you issue. Carolina's playing really damn well. I don't know what it is that you don't like about that team, but they're dominating the team that had the best record in the East. They're kicking their ass up and down the ice, and they're going to play the winner of Florida and Toronto, and I think it's going to be a hell of a series. I may end up being wrong on this one, but I think you're sleeping on the Canes, David.
Yeah, I could be. I know the Washington goalie's not helping their cause any, that's for sure. But anyway, so, we're early in the Knicks Celtics game. It's 11-3 Boston. And then I don't know if it was on the bottom of the screen or I took a look at my phone or what have you, but the Dallas Mavericks won the draft lottery. I'll be. How about that? And, we had some fun with the lottery yesterday. We didn't do the, hey, who do you think's going to win the lottery? Who the hell knows? But we had some fun. If you're Cooper Flag, of these cities, where do you really want to play? Of these teams and organizations, where is it you'd really want to play? But then also we said, now, come on now. If the Spurs are involved in the lottery, there's a damn good chance they're going to win it. And sure enough, when I found out it came down to the Mavs and the Spurs, I would have lost all my money because I would have bet it on San Antonio. But the team with a 2% chance, Mark, 2% chance, won it. Team with a 6% chance finished second. Sixers third. Hornets fourth. Mark, you know what that immediately led to. It was fixed. It was fixed. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's fixed for Dallas? Why? Seriously. What did the league owe the Mavs? Whatever's befallen the Mavs has been bad luck with injuries and a stupid trade. They did it to themselves. Why does the league owe the Mavs anything? But no, Mark. No, it's fixed. It's a conspiracy. 40 years later, there must be a frozen envelope involved. Oswald did not act alone.
Well, that's obvious.
Right,
but
it is.
I think anytime there is a system in which we really don't fully understand what the hell they're doing,
right,
we are going to yell conspiracy theory. It's really easy in the NFL. If you have the worst record, you get the first pick.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you tank, you tank. Maybe the league will fine you. The league has the right to take away some draft picks, although they ain't going to take the first one away from you. But, hey, if you suck, you suck. You get number one.
And there's Toronto going, what happened to us yesterday?
There's a few of those teams wondering what happened to us. Utah's never won it. Utah's never improved their positioning in the lottery, ever. And they had as good a chance to win that sucker yesterday as anybody else. But, Mark, the Dallas Mavericks, I will say, if they could ever get them healthy, AD, Kyrie, Cooper Flag, got a few other good players on the team.
And I immediately wondered when I saw that Dallas had the first pick. And since most of yesterday was spent talking about where Giannis could play next year.
Right.
Because he said he's open to leaving Milwaukee. And
Right.
when that started, the NBA talking heads spent every minute of the rest of the day talking about potential destinations for the Greek Freak. Well, when I saw that Dallas had the first pick, I went, would you send the first pick to the Bucks for Giannis? And I know with salary, you'd have to send some other players to make things work and all of that. And I'm like, would you do that and send Cooper Flag to the Bucks for Giannis and give them AD, Kyrie, and Giannis and say, we'll take a crack at the West with that?
I think Milwaukee would make the trade because Milwaukee knows it's over. They tried the best they could to keep talent around Giannis as long as they could, and they know now it's over. Also, because Lillard blew out his Achilles, and he's 35 next year, and no idea when he comes back next year and how he'll come back. Mark, I got a crazy idea. What if the Mavs call up the Lakers and offer Cooper for Luka? What if they offer him a AD, Cooper Flag, and a couple first-round picks? And hey, can we have Luka back? He is
I think
fast.
you already put too much into it. They, I mean, they're not adding AD to it, but I think that's
No. You'll have to. If you're the Lakers, you're like, well, we need size. We don't have anybody on the floor taller than like 6'7", 6'8". No. You give us AD back and Cooper Flag, and we'll give you Luka back.
Okay. I'm going to drug test you, and I know you don't do drugs, David.
Come on, that's got to have a little fun. Come on, how could you not have? I mean, listen, they'll believe that it's Nico Harrison on the other end of the phone. He's the one who called them about trading them Luka. So, I mean, if anybody is going to pick up the phone and say, hey, can we have a mulligan? How about we trade AD back and we'll give you Cooper Flag?
Okay.
And a little something. And yeah, I know he's fat and I know he doesn't play defense, but apparently our fan base, they just can't get enough of him. I know we're never going to win a title with him. You know we're never going to win a title with him, but apparently I'm better off not winning a title with him than potentially winning it with someone else.
Yeah, I don't see that one happening, but I'm glad you had fun with that we're going to now trade him back and add Cooper Flag to the mix. I don't see that one happening, David.
Well,
but
remember, supposedly I didn't get enough in return for Luka. That's all. So that's the Lakers would then go, well, I got to get more than that. Just having fun. Come on, Mark. I mean, it screamed at me when I heard that the Mavs won the right. I say, oh, they get Luka back.
Well, if that ever screams at you again, shut the door.
Okay.
Just shut the door on that one. That's all I'm saying. But Giannis is going to move. The Spurs now have a great draft pick. He could end up there with Wemby.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston, I think, could be a destination. They've got a lot of young talent and could move guys and could clear out space. So that's something that for the rest of the season and into the summer, we will hear a lot about of where Giannis is going to land, because you're right. The Bucks know that it's over. It is over, and they will move on. We are not over. We are just getting started. The starting five, that's next. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Ambient, I have no doubt that the Spurs are going to load up their assets together to try to get Giannis. And I think Mark's right. It could be a war just between the two Texas franchises. I don't know who can compete with them, to be honest. This may be scary. Do you know who's the only other franchise that I think has the assets to compete with the Spurs and the Rockets? Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they do.
They could easily come up with enough assets for Giannis. Yeah, it's been a while. In fact, I was already asleep when Curtis said yes. Well, not asleep, but yep. Adam, you really think the Heat can put together a package that's more appealing than San Antonio, Houston, or
The
OKC?
Heat have nothing.
They really do.
They have nothing.
It's a pipe dream. What do the Warriors have? And seriously, it's a pipe dream.
David, this little segment that we did, it's fun, but I'm having trouble finding a cool story for today. Do you have anything?
No, not right now.
All right. I'm frantically looking and have been since last night.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. David Samson will join us then. Bob Harig, 1 hour from now. Curtis Strange, 2 hours from now. It's been a while since we've talked with the World Golf Hall of Famer and two-time U.S. Open champion. Pat Kirwan to lead off our 8 a.m. Eastern hour, talking all things NFL. The schedule leaks continue. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And you know what? We'll start with the schedule leaks since you guys love your NFL. It was confirmed during the show yesterday that the opening game of the season, Thursday, September 4th, will be the Cowboys at the Eagles on NBC. It's also been confirmed that the very next night in Brazil, the Friday, September 5th game is going to be the Chiefs and Chargers. So a couple of division games to get the season started. Fox confirmed that they have a Saturday before Christmas doubleheader. Eagles at Commanders, Packers at Bears. Now, that immediately led to speculation because remember how they did it last year. The 4 teams who played the Saturday before Christmas then played on Christmas. Obviously, they just changed the matchups. Well, Amazon last night told us, yeah, that's not going to be the case because Amazon got to announce some of their games. And they announced that on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, that their game is going to be the Bears at the Eagles. But they also announced that their game on Christmas, remember, 3 games, 2 Netflix, 1 Amazon. So Amazon's game, which I think is the night game on Christmas Day, is going to be Denver at the Chiefs. Third straight year the Chiefs are playing on Christmas. So those are the games that have been officially announced. Almost every international game is out there being reported. It's just not officially being reported. Today on Good Morning America, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will announce the ESPN ABC games that they're allowed to leak. My guess is one of them will be the week 1 opener, and have no idea what the other one will be. So there you have it. NBA. Before the play last night, they had the draft lottery. The Dallas Mavericks, with a 2% chance to win it, won it. The Spurs, with a 6% chance to win it, finished second. 76ers third, Charlotte Hornets fourth. The NBA draft lottery, everything else gets penciled in based on regular season record. As for the games, a really good one at Madison Square Garden, marred with 3 minutes to go with Jason Tatum's apparent very serious lower right leg injury. Before then, he had 42 points. But at the time of his injury, the Knicks had battled back from 11 down at the half and led by 7 and would go on to win by 8, 121-113. Knicks outscoring the Celtics in the second half, 70-51. Jalen Brunson with 39. And Mark, your big point yesterday was no one's talking about the Knicks are getting killed on the glass, particularly the offensive glass. That has to change or they have no shot. Mark, good job in the pregame scouting report. Don't know what your speech was like, but you were right, and it worked. Knicks won the battle of the offensive glass and won the battle of the boards by 12.
Oh, offensive rebounds by 6. There was a sequence, and look, they came back and they've been coming back, but there was a sequence in the second quarter when it looked as if the game was going to get out of hand. And the Knicks missed 3 shots. They got every rebound. Ended up banging a 3 to keep the game under 10. It was a little moment in the course of a big game, but that to me was everything that the Knicks had to be last night.
Knicks up 3-1. Celtics will be without Tatum for the rest of the series. The fear is he could miss a huge chunk of next season if the injury is what we think it is, which is a blown right Achilles. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves used a big third quarter where they outscored the Warriors by 22. They led by 20 going to the fourth, held on 117-110. Julius Randle's had himself a nice little series. He had 31. Ant had 30. The T-Wolves starters outscored the Warriors starters by 33. You don't think they missed Steph, do you? Minnesota up 3-1, and they return home. And Minnesota hit twice as many threes, 16-8 to the Warriors. Yeah, Steph Curry's absence is everything in this series.
Well, and Jimmy Butler, I believe, only shot the ball 9 times last night.
I know.
I'm sorry. And I listened to Steve Kerr's postgame this morning, and he's like, well, without Steph, he's not. But come on. When your alpha dog's out and you're another alpha, it's time to go. 9 shots doesn't get it. You can't win with Jimmy Butler only shooting the ball 9 times. It's impossible.
Tonight, the Pacers try to eliminate the Cavs. They have to go to Cleveland and do so, and the Cavs are a 7.5-point favorite. And then, all-important Game 5, series tied at 2 in Oklahoma City, Nuggets and Thunder, OKC a 10.5-point favorite at home. Wow. TNT with the double dip in hoops tonight. NHL, Carolina jumped out to a 2-0 lead, then had a 3-1 lead. Ovechkin scored on the power play. Caps are getting back in it mid-third. Canes with 2 late goals, one of them an empty netter. They win game 4, 5-2. They lead the series 3-1. Game 5 Thursday. Extra day off between games. Game 5 Thursday in our nation's capital. So much for momentum. So much for, well, Vegas scored with less than a second to go. That's going to carry over into the next game. Yeah, third shift of the game, Edmonton scored. Adam Harig with 2 first-period goals. Oilers had a third-period goal and shut out Vegas. Stu Skinner with the shutout? Wow. 23 saves. Edmonton 3 spit. They lead 3-1, a game away from returning to the conference finals.
Vegas had 12 shots through 2 periods.
Yeah.
Edmonton dominated that game last night.
Yes, they did.
I mean, think about that. They won 3-0. McDavid with an assist. Draisaitl not even on the score sheet.
Correct. Tonight, just one hockey game. 8 o'clock, 4-letter network. Winnipeg at Dallas. Stars with a 2-1 series lead. Winnipeg 0-4 on the road in these playoffs. One other hockey note, Mark, your favorite, Ken Holland, coming back. GM of the LA Kings is the job he's going to get. His last stop was Edmonton for 4 years. He did make some nice moves. Okay, was the GM when Edmonton went to the finals last year. I mean, he had nothing to do with McDavid and Draisaitl.
Nothing at all. And has no idea how to manage a team in the salary cap era. All of his success came when he was in Detroit and there was no salary cap.
Baseball. Cubs with a 5-run fifth. Swanson and Suzuki homers. Cubs 5-2 over the Marlins. Break up the St. Louis Cardinals. They were supposed to be bad this year. Hell, their fans aren't even going to the games. They're angry with management. They don't like most of the players on the team. Cardinals have won 9 in a row. Scored 1 in the 7th. Mason Wynn with a homer in the 7th to beat the Phillies 3-2. Yankees with 6 in the 5th. They beat Seattle 11-5. However, the win was marred by Oswaldo Cabrera's right leg injury. He awkwardly avoided the catcher to step on home in the 9th. That's a serious injury. I wouldn't expect to see him back this year. Popular guy on the team, upbeat, versatile. So a loss for the Yankees, but a win in the standings 11-5. Seattle's now lost 4 in a row. How about the Tigers with 9 in the 3rd? Gleyber Torres with a homer and 3 RBIs. They beat the Red Sox at the tune of 14-2.
David?
Yeah?
Javi Baez was 3 for 5 with 2 ribbies and a run scored to improve his batting average to .313.
I don't know how long this is going to last.
I don't either, but man, oh man, is this something.
I mean, would it surprise you if all of a sudden he ends May with an 0 for 35 streak? But right now, he is a very productive center fielder for them, batting 9th. Guardians 5-0 over the Brewers. Jose Ramirez with 3 steals. Mets get a sac fly from Pete Alonso in the 9th. What are the Pirates doing pitching to Alonso with a base open and 1 out in the 9th? Seriously. And behind in the count 3-1. And they challenge Pete Alonso with a fastball? I mean, did the new manager have anything to do with this? You got to be kidding me. Like Pete Alonso's going to miss a 3-1 belt-high fastball. Mets beat the Pirates 4-3. Skeens with 6 innings, a 1-run ball for Pittsburgh. So the Braves blow a 3-1 lead in the 9th, only to have Alex Verdugo provide the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 9th. Atlanta beat Washington 4-3. Giants have lost 4 in a row. Your buddy Verlander has pitched in some tough luck for San Francisco lately. They blew a lead for him the other day. Last night, he gave up just 2 solo homers to Corbin Carroll in 6 innings. The problem was his team only scored a run. Arizona beat the Giants 2-1. Verlander's 0-3 on the season. Kansas City led 7-0, held off the Astros 7-5. The Angels with 6 in the 9th, capped off by a Taylor Ward salami. 2 outs, 2 strikes. He hits a salami. 9-5, Angels over the Padres.
He hit a what?
A salami.
That's a salami. I just, that was an interesting pronunciation. I liked it.
I mean, if you'd like, I'd say he hit a grand salami, but I think a salami will do. And Colorado had a no-hitter going, 2 outs into the 6th. And then Wyatt Langford gave up a 2-run, or he hit a 2-run homer off Chase Dollander. It's the only hit Dollander gave up, and he lost 2-1. Texas over the Rockies. First game for the new manager in Colorado, and he lost. College football. Miami head coach Mario Cristobal said that quarterback Carson Beck, who's yet to participate in anything, still recovering from that elbow surgery he had when he was with Georgia, he's 90% and he'll be participating in everything beginning next week. He'll be 100% soon. Okay. NCAA President Charlie Baker said, quote, "I'm up for anything," unquote, about President Trump's idea of proposing a commission on college athletics. And we warned you, the PGA is going to be soggy. How much did it rain yesterday? They didn't even let patrons onto the course. Only people who got on the course were the golfers.
Why they were on the course is beyond me, because I did see a video of Hideki Matsuyama on the putting green, and it looked like there was 4 inches of water on the green.
And rain expected today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It may clear up by Friday. Let's hope so. The PGA at Quail Hollow in North Carolina this week. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that mark was the starting 5. 5 big stories and duck hunting weather in North Carolina that you needed to know.
I'm hopeful because I have seen different reports that it's supposed to clear up Thursday.
Oh, good. Whew.
That the rains are supposed to dissipate on Wednesday. I'm hopeful that we're going to get 4 days of decent weather for the PGA. I do know that Sunday is supposed to be perfect, 81 and sunny. So
my fear, sorry, Mark, is there will be so much rain leading up to Thursday that they'll have to play a round in a major of lift, clean, in place. At which point, 59 is in play for these guys. My goodness.
Yep. George McNeil, local PGA pro, he said they refer to that as lift, clean, and cheat on the PGA Tour when those guys get to set it anywhere that they want. Miller and Moulton. David Samson. He's up next. We'll try to get to a poll question as well.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. And American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, Cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, are you having a conversation with yourself? I look up, I see 12 comments. They're all from you. Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Now, I've never asked this. Are you a coffee drinker? Because you don't sleep.
I've
So my
never
guess
had a
is you
cup
probably
in my
don't do
life
you don't do caffeine really either, do you?
at all.
Just
Never
a
had a cup in my
natural,
life.
energetic human.
I don't know what I am. I was up at 2:20 watching the Netflix documentary, The Deadly American Marriage.
The Deadly
I think
American
it's called
Marriage.
that.
Okay.
Something bad happened. Something very, very bad happened to somebody. So many bad things happen. The Deadly American Marriage. Yeah, I got it right.
All right.
Just another Tuesday. So excited about the morning show with you that I can't sleep.
Right. Yep, that's what it is.
Good morning, David.
Yep, 3:30 in the morning. You're laying there. You go, man, just can't wait to do this 13 minutes with Miller and Moulton. I am up. I am wide awake. Nice to have you back in the glove.
Oh, yeah. I think I was in the glove last week.
Were you and I just missed it?
Hard for me to remember.
I thought it had been a while. Next month the schedule change, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
TBD still, TBA still, but certainly is headed that direction.
Okay.
But in this business, as you know, that sounded very Warner Brothers cartoon-like.
It's meant to sound kind of like Johnny You're starting a little early tonight, Ed, aren't you?
You've got problems.
We're only scratching the surface.
Don't I know it?
Don't we all? I happened to be on a TikTok thing, and I was watching an old clip of Bill Maher talking about comedians, and he says Roseanne. He's talking. Roseanne got canceled off of her own show. Roseanne's crazy, and I say that dearly as a friend, because if you're a comedian, we're all a little crazy.
I think to do what we do every day, there has to be something.
Yes,
there's no doubt.
Absolutely.
Not all the wires touch. There's no doubt about it.
At least not all the time.
I keep Sigmund Freud's rug with me at all times from his museum. There's a museum.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's that day and time when we're joined by David Samson. He of the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson podcast, which he records live at 8 a.m. Eastern weekdays, and then it's replayed again at 10 a.m. Eastern on the DraftKings Network. Is it 9 and 10 or just 10?
It is currently 9 and 10.
Okay.
So you have multiple opportunities, but we don't talk about the 9 because, we just don't. We just mention the 10.
So in other words, you are their morning programming. Follow David on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. Have you ever had a player publicly say that you suck and you don't know how to do your job properly?
Giancarlo Stanton, after the 2012 trade to the Blue Jays, released a tweet that I think may have had a clown emoji. It may have had some sort of something which caused us to have a funny, nice conversation. But what's going on? I assume you're talking about Devers.
Oh, yeah.
And the insanity that he is. First of all, to make your owner get on a plane and go to Kansas City while there's a great museum, a baseball museum, and great barbecue. I can't imagine John Henry was thrilled to fire up the Jets and go see Devers in Kansas City. But what Devers is doing is tearing apart that clubhouse, hurting the organization. And if I'm the Red Sox, if I can get anyone to take his money, I'm ready to move on from him. The problem is he's not marked to market at all, so no one will take him with his current contract.
All right, David, I understand where you're coming from. Did the Red Sox do anything wrong early when they didn't let him know they were trying to get Bregman, that they may want him to switch? Should they have communicated better with Devers in the spring to avoid where we are now?
100%. The Red Sox are not blameless. And first of all, we don't know for sure they didn't speak to Devers, because I don't know how they could be that foolish as to not speak to Devers when they're trying to get Bregman. All you have to do is pick up the phone, speak to him, speak to his agent, say, hey, we have a chance to get better, get out of last place, try to win a division. And to do it, we have a player available on a pillow contract way below what he thought his market was. He's going to cave because he's got Boris as an agent, and they overshot the mark. And so we're going to get him, and we're going to have him play third and you DH. Are you good? And even then, Devers could lie the way Hanley Ramirez lied to me, saying that he would play third when we signed Jose Reyes. But you got to try. And I can't believe the Red Sox wouldn't have tried, but you never know.
By the way, I've listened to a few former GMs say that what you have to do in this case is ultimately at the end of the day, you say, listen, you either do what we say or I'm going to put you on the suspended list, and you don't get paid when we suspend you, just so you know that. I'm just curious, A, did you ever have to go that route with a player? And B, is that a card, if you were the Red Sox right now, that you would say to Devers, dude, either start working out at first base or we're not going to pay you?
So I'm not sure the sources of that for you, but that you cannot suspend a player for saying he doesn't want to play a position. But here's what you can do. You can put him in the lineup at first base. And if he doesn't do his job, if he doesn't go there at the top of the first or bottom of the first, depending home or road, then you can suspend him. But you cannot just ask a player to do something, the players say no, and you say, okay, you're suspended. That wouldn't work. And I've never seen, I've never filled out a lineup over 18 years where a player was not made aware of the position they were going to play. So that is a strange one. I don't think you do it, but that would be grounds, because under the uniform player contract, there are provisions that what you're being paid for is to play baseball. And so there's ways you can find a player if they're late, if they don't report when they're supposed to report. There's rules about all that and amounts you can find, but there's nothing in the CBA that says that a player has to be told about a position change or doesn't have to be told. It's just not mentioned, but a player does have to show up and play when they're on the active roster, be available to play.
I'm curious, this is kind of a negative story. Is there a story in baseball on the positive side that you're liking? We're enjoying what the Cardinals are doing. The fans aren't going to show up. They're going to suck. Everything's wrong in St. Louis. And here they are, a game out of first place, winning 9 in a row, playing tremendous baseball. That's a fun story. I'm curious on the positive side of baseball, what you like right now.
I'm not sure there's a more fun story than Aaron Judge and what he's doing at the plate. It's just historic. He's still hitting over 400, though I don't think he will hit 400 the entire month, but he's raking and he is doing things without Soto and it's just without Stanton that it's just fun to watch. I love the must-see at-bat. I am still enjoying watching every Ohtani at-bat because you just don't know what you're going to get. I'm loving the fact that the Tigers could be the best team in the American League, actually, and their story. So there's definitely a lot of positives out there. And there's a bunch of pitchers having great, great seasons that you wouldn't necessarily expect. So there's great baseball stories on the field. And I remind everybody, we're only in May, and we're right now in the heart of NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. Such an exciting time. And then baseball will take center stage come the end of June.
Did you ever have a player who couldn't suck enough for 2.5 years, and the only reason you couldn't get rid of him was his contract? And then all of a sudden, for at least 6-7 weeks, is playing like an all-star in Javi Baez? What in the world's going on here?
He's having a nice run. There's no doubt about it. They moved into the bottom of the lineup, and he got himself corrected. I'm not a Javi Baez guy, but it's a complete overpay nightmare contract. But that said, winning can be contagious. It's a fun young clubhouse. They seem to have good camaraderie, though I've not been in the clubhouse, don't have obviously insight into that exactly. But winning is an amazing thing. It makes players enjoy their time on the field, and that matters. I want to make sure people understand winning does not create chemistry, but what it doesn't create love, but what it does, it creates cohesion from 7:05 until what used to be 10:30 and now is closer to 10 o'clock. And that's what you're seeing with the Tigers. And it's exciting. There's no question.
You traded Stanton. I know you've talked about it on this show.
I did not trade Stanton. It was Jeter. You are promulgating all of these falsehoods where I get blamed. I traded Yelich. I traded Ozuna. I traded Stanton. No, I didn't trade any of this.
I apologize. You've traded big players before. Maybe not as big as Giannis.
Cabrera.
But I'm sorry, Cabrera. There you go. That's the one I messed up. That's my bad. So you've traded a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And you knew he was a Hall of Famer when you traded him. When you look at the Bucks, how do they handle Giannis? Because he's gone. They know he's gone. He knows he's gone. We've already joked around saying, do you call Dallas and try to get Cooper Flagg? What do you do when your hands are somewhat tied and you're getting rid of a Hall of Fame player?
Yeah, the best you do is communicate with him. And what you do is, it's what the Marlins with Jeter did with Stanton. They put a bunch of trades together. He had a no trade clause, and they just asked him which one he'd accept. And the only one he'd accept is one of the Yankees. Okay, there was a trade done with the Cardinals, by the way. There was a trade done with the San Francisco Giants, but he wanted to go to New York and eventually did. For Giannis, I think it's an open conversation, but you've got a list of deals that you do. And when you're trading Giannis, you only get one chance to trade an asset, and you're going to do it right in your mind at the time. So you make up a trade with the teams that you're willing to trade with for the trade that you want, and you put that trade in place. Then you speak to Giannis and say, all right, we can move you to blank. Are you in or are you out? What you don't do is the Jimmy Butler thing where you have the player tell the team, I'll only go to these 4 teams, because that has a way of getting public, and that has a way of quashing what your return can be. So you go out and get into trade discussions with the other teams. You put together the package that you want from each team. When you have those packages done, you then go to the player.
By the way, David, the reason that Mark doesn't bring up the Cabrera trade is he's a Tigers fan and he loves you for it. Okay.
Listen, you guys traded us Cameron Maben and Andrew Miller, and I'm not going to relitigate the past.
No,
but those were 2 of the top prospects in baseball.
I had just seen Andrew Miller in the Florida State League. He was tremendous. Okay, he was the #1 pitching prospect in baseball.
Yep. There's no doubt. And we had to trade Cabrera. It was getting too expensive, and we maximized the asset. And once they were willing to do Maben and Miller, we were in. But listen, here's the thing. If you're going to have a career, it would be like asking you guys, after all of your years doing shows every day, did you ever have a bad show? Yes, we all have bad shows. Was that ended up as a bad trade? You bet it was. But I had good trades, bad trades, good signings, bad signings. When you're around long enough doing something at a high level, you're not going to be perfect. And I understand why fans and media want you and need you to be perfect, but it's really not realistic. And the other thing that really bothers me is when fans think that they're the only team, they're the fan of the only team that has gotten rid of players who end up being good. Every team is full of players from other teams who weren't good and now are good. That is just a very normal thing that all 30 teams go through. Bad trades, bad signings, trading guys too early, having players bad that become good. It doesn't make it an excuse, because I always want to be perfect, but it's impossible.
Got about 30 or so seconds left. Can we go back to the very beginning? So when Stanton sent out the tweet with the clown nose, how did that meeting go?
Giancarlo, why would you need to do that? How does that in any way further your interest in putting together a winning season or winning a World Series? And why would you embarrass me like that? It's not as though we're going to lose this baseball trade, even though you don't realize it right now. And it's not as though we were breaking up the 27 Yankees. We stunk last year. We haven't won 80 games. We signed all these players. The attendance wasn't what we wanted. Why would you embarrass us like that? It just doesn't make sense. And what he said was, I was angry and emotional. And I said, I get it, but let's try to be better and be on the same page going forward. And to this day, we talk about that and laugh about that.
Well, it's partly why I brought it up, because I know you two are fairly close. And so I just wanted to hear, the ending. David Samson, more great material with him coming up in 47 minutes on Nothing Personal with David Samson. He does it live every day, 8 a.m. Eastern, rebroadcast at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the DraftKings Network. Follow him on X, David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. You're looking good. You're sounding good. Have a good day.
Hey, listen, top of the morning to you.
How the heck are you?
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How long's it been since Samson's worked in a front office, David?
I think 2019, but let me.
Yeah. I mean, that's why, Ambi. When you're out of the game that long, it's hard to get back in. And I don't know if he has a desire to.
He said on our show he doesn't.
He's built a pretty good career for himself.
2017, the end of the 2017 season, he got let go.
So that's a long time. That's a long time.
We'll bring it up next week. We'll say some of our listeners are Rockies fans. They want you to take over the Rockies. We'll get his reaction.
Well, I mean, Smoke Dog there. I mean, it's tough for me to take the Celtics still when their best player's done. If they would have lost last night and Tatum would be healthy, I still think Boston could win 3. I don't think Boston can win 3 straight without Tatum. I just don't. I don't think it's possible. Other than that, no. I'll still take the Panthers. I'll still take the Canes. I'll still take Dallas. And I don't even know if I picked Edmonton, Vegas, to be honest with you.
So if the Canes, the Panthers, the Stars, and the Oilers win their series, that means that the first place teams will have lost all 4 series.
Yeah. You know, my kid was all over the Canes before the playoffs. He goes, you know, if you were to make a future bet and put it on the Canes just to go to the Stanley Cup Finals, the odds you were getting were tremendous and they had the easiest path to get to the conference finals.
They did.
You know, so he was never saying that they were going to beat Florida, Tampa, or Toronto. He was just saying they should get there, then figure out what you want to do at that point. He was right on with that.
It's why I thought they should have held on to the guy they traded to Dallas, because I actually thought Rantanen, I actually thought they could have won the Cup, or at least gone to it this year if they kept them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bob Harig joined us in a little more than 15 minutes time from rainy, soggy Quail Hollow and the PGA Championship. Pat Kirwan in 40 minutes time to talk all things NFL. There's lots of scheduling stuff out there. There'll be more today, more tomorrow, and then officially tomorrow night the full schedule's released.
And Pat does not care one bit about these leaks in the schedule. He'll get into the schedule when it's all out. Who's got the 3, like you always love, David, or not love, but always understand. Who has 3-game homestands? Who has 3-game road swings? Things like that interest Pat, I think, a little more than the schedule leaks coming out. But obviously some things going on in New Orleans we can talk to Pat about. And let's be honest, you guys just love, you eat up the NFL. It doesn't matter. So a couple of weeks ago, I was working on a new client. And I said to David, I've got this idea.
Mm-hmm.
Coolest thing I've seen today, because it's an air conditioning company. And the sponsorship has been sold. And Air Advantage is now the sponsor. So give them a call at 433-4635. That's 239-433-4635. MyAirAdvantage.com is their website. 18 months, no interest, no payments are available, and they're a Ream Pro partner. All great things. We worked with them years ago. I've known Scott, the owner, for 15 years. Great guy. They do a tremendous job. What I didn't realize is that it may be a little more difficult to find a cool story every day. But I think I have one. We go to David's favorite tournament. One of my least favorite tournaments. I think it's kind of meaningless, but it produced something cool. The World Championships in hockey. They're being held in Stockholm, Sweden. And over the weekend, an old guy put on a show. Marc-Andre Fleury, in a 7-1 Canada win over Team Latvia, was the star of the show. He was doing Marc-Andre Fleury things. That means flopping all over the place, diving from one side to the other, acrobatic save, one after another. And he knows that he's done. This is it. This is the last competitive hockey he will ever play. And he's going out with the bang in the World Championships. Had a great performance against Team Latvia. Don't know how much he will play, but even Sidney Crosby said you can see from the game today, he's got a pretty unique style. He's pretty athletic. Fun goalie to watch. His personality reflects the way he plays. It's fun to be here with him. And there are not 3 people, maybe not 2, maybe not 1, that worked in hockey that have a bad thing to say about Marc-Andre Fleury. One of the great guys in the sport, lengthy career, very good career, hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup a couple of times, and now is going out with Team Canada. So that's the coolest thing I have today, David.
I like it a lot. I do, especially since, remember, when the Wild got eliminated, that's it. He was done. He literally went home. He didn't go straight to the airport and go on a plane to join, Canada in the World Championship. He went home. He's home. He's done. He's retired. And the phone rang and they said, hey, what do you say? And he kind of looked around at his family and he joked when he got to the World Championships, a day or two at home. And I said, nope, I'm available.
Team Canada head coach, I'm actually in awe, not of his game on the ice. I'm in awe of who he is as a person. From the first time that he stepped into our environment here, just his team-first mentality, his fun spirit, his competitiveness at practice stood out. He brings up an intensity level and honestly a fun level with the guys that they can have fun playing hockey.
Did you hear one of the last games that he played? It might have been the last game when he came in relief in the playoff. And he ended up giving up the overtime goal, but he had a scoreless third period and played really well in the overtime and didn't have much chance in the game winner. But he was mic'd because they thought he was going to be the backup goalie all night. So he's got the mic on. So then he gets into the game. And obviously they've got incredible material now because there's a guy who's on the ice for every second of the game now. And he's mic'd up. And every time he made a save, okay, he was like, woohoo. All right. And you could see the players from both teams looking at him and smiling and laughing. And he'd make a save and he'd be like, oh, yeah. It's a playoff game, tied 2-2 in a third. Fun dude.
Absolutely. And a stellar career. And great to see it extending, even if for just a couple of weeks more. I would think with that personality, David, that ESPN, the Minnesota Wild, TNT, that someone would reach out. And Lundqvist is already on the TNT coverage, and I think does an excellent job of breaking down goaltenders. And they've got 64 goaltenders that they go to on ESPN. But you could do a hell of a lot worse than bringing Marc-Andre Fleury in. And he may end up on Sportsnet in Canada or somewhere like that as well. But just that personality and his love of the game would always add to the broadcast.
That seems to be the personality that the four-letter network struggles to find. They do a very solid job covering their sports, but we end up talking about whether it was Don Cherry for all those years, on Canada's pre and post, now the show that us hockey fans clearly enjoy more than the other is the TNT group, led by Bissonnette, and they have fun. And they're giving you, I think, better hockey breakdown than the four-letter network, and they're doing it while having a good time and making fun of each other. And you're right, Mark. I mean, the more personality we can put on TV, the more fun. I will say, very early in my career, I think it was a news director, it might have been a consultant. And they said to me, hey, you're okay. Have more fun. And I just looked at them and they said, if you have fun, the audience will likely have fun with you.
Well, and I know I love Messier, not as much as you.
Well, obviously.
But Mess doesn't have a whole lot of fun on the broadcast.
No.
PK does.
Yep.
I don't think Kevin Weeks has a whole lot of fun. I think you could pair PK with someone, PK who's having fun, but comes at it a little more aggressively. Someone to counter that who would be aggressive on the fun side would make for better. But it all starts with the host, because Steve Levy he's a great host. He's been doing this for a long time, but he's not the guy who handles the fun back and forth. He just drives the boat, if you know what I mean.
Right. But I have to admit, we didn't think Liam McHugh had this in him, because when he was doing it, when NBC had hockey and Catherine Tappan and Liam McHugh were the hosts, they didn't show that they had any fun.
And Liam's great.
And yeah.
Great.
He has no problem being the butt of jokes and, and yet steering the ship and moving it on when it needs to be steered and moved.
I mean, they put Bissonnette in the penalty box.
Right. I like the little thing they've got going now. When somebody says something stupid, they make them take a lap. And so they'll continue on with the show, and one of the guys on the show's doing a lap right around them. I like it. They're having fun. It's hockey, for goodness sake.
And unfortunately, we only get one game tonight because
Right.
it's starting. The extra days off are hitting in both the NBA and NHL playoffs. So Winnipeg in Dallas tonight is all you get in the NHL.
Get a doubleheader in hoops, but you only get the one hockey game.
The
Miller
Knicks
and
taking
Moulton.
a commanding 3-1 lead. Tatum out. That should be enough to get the Knicks to the conference finals. We'll see if the Pacers can close out the Cavs tonight on the road with that Cavs lineup pretty banged up. Mitchell's going to have to go big, and he was hurt in the last game. Bob Harig to talk to PGA next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Where are the Maldives? Sorry to be so stupid, but where are they, Napo? And thanks for listening. What time is it? Gotcha. Okay. Hope you're safe. 37. So 9 hours? Okay. Thank you. Awesome.
We're all set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Curtis Strange 1 hour from now. Pat Kirwan at the top of the hour to talk all things NFL. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. One of our favorites, Bob Harig. He's been very good to us over, 15 years covering golf with Sports Illustrated. Follow him on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Are you dry?
Good morning. I am dry because I'm indoors. And actually, it's not raining at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get some later today. It's in the forecast again, which is really unfortunate because we got pummeled pretty good here yesterday. And I just think we're in for a pretty soggy PGA Championship, at least the first day or two. And that's assuming we get no more rain over the weekend.
Right. I mean, I've seen various different forecasts. I've seen that it's supposed to be done by Wednesday, hopefully. But if the course is as soggy as we anticipate, does that give any certain type of player an advantage on a soggy golf course?
Well, I mean, I think it helps the longer hitters because the ball's not going to roll. The guys who carry it 300 yards aren't going to see it roll out to 350, but they still carry it 300 yards, or 310 or whatever. That means the guy who's hitting it 270 or 280 has a lot longer shot in. But the other side of that is when it's soft, it tends to allow more players in because the skill is negated. The guy who hits it, squarely or hits it properly is going to keep it in the fairway if it's fast, and he's going to keep it on the greens if the greens are hard. The guy who's a little off is going to get away with some misses. And so it tends to bunch up the field more. I wouldn't be surprised if you see, certainly on day one, a bunch of names up there who you might not be expecting. First of all, the PGA Championship sort of lends itself to that anyway. It's the deepest field of the majors. It's the most like a tour event. It's got pretty much every. If you are not in the PGA Championship as a full card-carrying PGA Tour member, you've probably not been playing very well over the past year because they take the top 70 off their points list and then they go. They typically invite the top 100 in the world. So like if you're not in that range, you're probably scrapping a little bit. And but that said, it's a deep field and it often produces a first time major winner Xander was last year, although I think we think of Xander as more elite than that. But it's unfortunate that we have this, because I think the majors would prefer firm and fast. That brings out the best players typically.
Bob Harig, Sports Illustrated at the PGA. Follow Bob on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, you've been covering golf for a while. I think we're both older than you. But when is the last time that golf has seemingly had their top players all playing really well heading into a major like this? Scheffler's won, Rory's won multiple times, Straka's won twice, JT with a win and a T2. I mean, I don't want to go back to Jack and Johnny and Weiskopf and what have you, but I mean, the late 80s with Curtis and Greg and Kite. I mean, it seems as if all the big names are rounding into form or have already rounded.
Yeah, I actually think that you might have to go back to the mid 2000s, Tiger, Phil, VJ, that kind of time frame. Tiger, and Phil and Tiger exchanged green jackets 2004, 5, and 6. In 2004, VJ won the PGA and was on an amazing run that year. Won more times than Tiger. And then Phil won the PGA in 05. Tiger won 2 majors in 05. I mean, and Retief and Ernie were strong, those guys. So it might be 20 years, because what you're talking about is true. We do have a nice convergence of the top players playing well. I mean, Scotty just won. Rory obviously is doing what he's done. I mean, Xander hasn't won this year, but I think we give him a little bit of an out. He's still played at a nice level, trying to come back from an injury. As you noted, Justin Thomas has played nicely lately. Victor Hovland even won a tournament, even though he's struggled at times. The outliers are maybe Cantlay and Morikawa, who are still highly ranked but haven't won. But that still suggests that they played at a high level to keep their high ranking. I think it sets up really nice. And then you've got a couple of other storylines like, Spieth. Spieth's trying to complete a career Grand Slam. That's not got as much attention because frankly, Jordan hasn't won as much over the last several years. And so I just think the idea of picking off one random major to do that, it's a little bit more out there because he's not been winning at all. But still, if he does this week, I don't think we'd be surprised if he got in contention. There's another guy, after 25 years to have 2 in consecutive majors would be pretty wild. And then, like Lowry and Straka, like you said, they both moved into the top 10 in the world for the first time in their careers. I think it sets up really nicely. It's good for golf. It's been on a nice resurgence here this year. The ratings have been up for the PGA Tour. This isn't to pick on Liv, but the tour ratings have been up. You've had, but their most prominent player contended at the Masters, in Bryson. And, I think if you could get Rahm and Koepka in the mix this weekend, all of a sudden that makes it even more compelling.
Well, and I think we all believe that Bryson will be there again. He finally won on the Live Tour in Korea. And you said right off the hop, the longer hitters have an advantage, and no one hits it quite as long as DeChambeau. He gains the most strokes off the tee of anybody in the event. So he, and along obviously Rory, drives the ball as anybody who's ever driven the golf ball. But Bryson's length should be in play this week, shouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those, and look, that doesn't hurt a guy like Rahm. It doesn't hurt Koepka. They're all long hitters. And typically, you still have to make putts. That's part of it also. Look, and Rory, it used to be more of his thing. I think he's a much more well-rounded player now. But, when Rory won his U.S. Open at Congressional, that was a very rainy week. The first PGA he won at Kiowa, again, a lot of rain, soft. He sort of developed this reputation as a guy who plays well in soft conditions. I don't think that's changed, but I also don't think it hurts Rory if it's firm and fast. We just saw it at the Masters. It was pretty firm and fast there, and so like that storyline, he's gotten way better at that, and obviously that when it's firm and fast, it requires you to be hitting it well. You got to keep it in play, and if you're hitting drives offline, it's going to a firm and fast course is going to send the ball into the rough. I think you can get away with it more now this week, and that probably suits Rory, because if there's been one thing that's been a little off, it's been his driving. Even on Sunday at Augusta, you saw he missed some fairways, and he was able to recover.
Bob, let's just say there's very little practice time this week for the guys because the course is just so darn wet. Since this is a regular tour stop, does it matter, if you know what I mean? I mean, the top 70, 100 guys in the world, they all know this course. They've played it. They play it every year. I mean, this seems like one of the rare majors in which if the guys just had to warm up indoors for 3 days, they could show up Thursday and be fine.
Yeah, for the guys who are on the tour who play this event every year, it's a break. They're lucky in that regard. I'm not sure that there's going to be that much different of, look, I'm sure it's the PGA of America setting up somewhat differently. There might be some tees that are different. Are the fairways going to be narrower? Possibly. But for the most part, where you're going, and that's huge. That's important. I think they know where to miss it. Even guys who haven't played here lately, Phil, Rahm, Bryson, they've played Quail Hollow before. And so, where it hurts some of the non-tour guys. Interestingly, Scheffler has never played the Wells Fargo, now the Truist. He's only played here in the President's Cup. So, maybe it's a little bit of a disadvantage for him, but he didn't play the Truist, and he was here on Sunday. So he got some work in over the weekend. And so my guess is his caddy, Ted Scott, has caddied here many times before. So he'll be fine. I think you're right. I think there's something to the idea that this is not a golf course that there's a lot of learning that has to go on.
Looking through the stats for the tournament, a name that popped up on strokes gained at Quail Hollow was Jason Day. He's made a bit of a resurgence. While he hasn't won, is there a guy that's off the beaten path that you think has a good shot this week?
I like him as a possibility just for that reason, because he's won here. He's won the PGA. He's had a little bit of a resurgence. What gives me a little pause is he withdrew last week with an injury. I would also point out Justin Rose, second in the last two majors. Why wouldn't he do well here? Well, he also withdrew last week. Now, I think he was ill. I don't think it was an injury. And so as long as he's feeling okay, I think Justin Rose, I don't think he's off the beaten path, but I think you understand. He's a guy that, why wouldn't we look at him? If you're looking for somebody off the beaten path, Matt Coma's had a really rough year, but he's won here twice, and he keeps saying that he's just having trouble taking it from practice to the tournament. He had a really, really gutty performance at the Masters where he tied for 12th after, a really tough road. He's missed like 5 cuts this year. He was falling, he was 9th in the world after the Masters last year, and I think he's out of the top 70 now. But this is a place he likes. It's where he got his first tour win. Maybe some comfort helps him, get back up there and make a run.
Finally, for me, Bob, doesn't Joaquin Phoenix have to show up in a major, for goodness sakes?
Joaquin Neiman.
Neiman, I'm sorry. I mean, doesn't he, he's winning all these events on LIV. He should be ranked here, ranked there. He can't even post a top 20 in a major. Doesn't he have to show up in one of these things?
Yeah, he does. It hurts him that he's not. I mean, Liv likes to put him forward as one of the best players in the world. And I really do think he has the potential to be that. He's won, twice on Liv this year. And he's been up there a lot. He finished second in their points last year, won a couple times. But when he shows up at these big events now, and look, when I say big events, I mean majors. He won the Australian Open year before last. He did well enough on the DP World Tour in limited starts to finish in the top 20, which gets him in the British Open this year. Top 25 gets in the British Open. So he's had high finishes outside of Liv, but not in the majors. He's never had a top 10 in a major. And I think he's feeling the pressure, to be honest with you. He got off to a great start at the Masters. I think he birdied the first 3 holes, and then he just fell off. He didn't hang in there. I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think he was even top 20. And he really needs to be. And frankly, he can make life easier on himself if he would do something in the majors. Like he could, if he finishes top 15 here, that means he's assured of getting in next year. Doesn't have to worry about that. And obviously high finishes in the majors are going to help his OWGR, which, he plays enough outside of Liv to try to keep his OWGR up there so he doesn't need the invite.
Right.
Right now he's not in the U.S. Open. So, no, excuse me. He is in the U.S. Open because he qualified via the Liv points list. So he's going to be in the next 2 majors. But when Liv is getting only 1 spot in 2 different majors for the leading guy, you're not leaving yourself much room for error there. So he needs to take advantage of these opportunities. A lot of world ranking points at stake.
Bob, as always, appreciate your time and your insights. Stay dry. Look forward to your coverage. Bob Harig of Sports Illustrated.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today. and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I see David's in his seat already. Usually gets up.
Yeah, I know. I figured you were a little bummed out with the Everblades getting it done at 5. You didn't get to see a game.
I saw the two games on Friday and Saturday, and then they went up and took care of it. I watched the games on TV the other night. The one was a bloodbath. Oh my God!
I saw your big guy in a fight there. I saw the.
Holy God! Did you see the end of the game? He was just going off. Oh, they in Orlando they have wanted posters of him all over the place. So this happened a couple of years ago, Mark and David. If they land up this is when it was Newfoundland was the last time was a major expense. This is going to be a huge expense if they got to go to Quebec.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, huge. The good news is for the Everblades, though, is that they turned the corner again, 3-4 years ago when Palin's done such a good job when he took the job I had at one point, and he's blown way past anything I did. But they've turned the attendance thing around. They sell playoff tickets, a lot of them. So they should be fine.
Yep.
The question becomes, and what I don't remember, and it's been so many years since I worked over there, but I don't know if they have to split travel costs with Quebec. I don't know if each team's on their own, if they try to help out teams at the league level, because I don't know how well Quebec draws.
Yeah, that's some beautiful stadium they have there. I was up there for one of Brady's tournaments. That thing it's so sad that there's no real team there. It's gorgeous. So Bill Cower's son-in-law, Kevin Westgarth, he works for the NHL. He was in the league a long time. He told me that the league supports these guys when they have these big expenses. They help them out.
Well, Pat, it's funny. My biggest concern about this is I think you're rooting for Quebec to win tonight. Because if they win tonight, I think they'll start the playoffs Friday, Saturday in Estero. But if Norfolk wins tonight,
I think it's Saturday, Sunday. They
already,
it's Saturday, Sunday.
Okay. They already announced it.
Yep. It's Sunday at 5:00. That's odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
They'll get 2 here, and then they'll head to wherever they're going. So
it's Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. Okay.
Saturday, Sunday here, then 3 wherever the other, whether it's
right,
Norfolk
Quebec
or those
or
guys.
Norfolk, right.
Yep. Norfolk's cheap and Quebec's expensive. Although, only because I was up there for that spring tournament, like they closed that airport in the wintertime. You got to fly to Montreal and drive. But now this time of year, you can get in. They fly right into Quebec.
Eagles Packers Week 10 is what they announced, David. I don't know if they announced anything else.
Yeah, it looks like not.
For Monday Night Football, that is.
Right.
All right, I got to shut this door.
They're going to get rid of all the good games pretty quickly, David.
Oh, yeah, they are. Got that right. All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We've already had David Samson and Bob Harig join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. All our guests join us on that hotline. Pat Kirwan, he's such a special guest. He not only joins us on that hotline, but his appearances are brought to us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. So are you ignoring all the scheduling stuff until tomorrow night? How are you handling this?
Well, I have friends that always think I can get them advance on when these games are, and specifically Packer fans who like to travel and they want to get ahead of the hotel rush. So I tell them I can't help you with it, and I don't really like to call the league office for those kind of favors. But yeah, it's I guess it's exciting. It's not exciting for me in a sense. Maybe I was trained as being in the league. I just looked at week one, and then I also just look at everyone. How many short weeks do you have? Those things intrigue me because I hate short weeks, and I know what it does to the players. But no, I'm not really on top of it. Although, do you feel like you've read Kansas City 10 times already?
And Philly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So as I browse through things, all I think I see is Kansas City and Philly. So,
well, that is the one thing I know you do care about, Pat, with now Thursday night games, with these Friday games that are thrown in, with the Monday night games, with all of the networks getting their primetime games. What it doesn't leave a lot of is Sunday 1 o'clock games. You know how the league was built.
Yeah, it's we're going to see the Falcons, the Bears. We're going to see a lot of those guys at 1 o'clock. And I'm disappointed in the league. Last year we did have, I recall coming on with you guys a couple of Tuesdays and saying, man, that was about as good a 1 o'clock window as we've had all year. So it happened, and it's really the home of the emerging teams, right? That's what happens. Teams that no one thinks are going to do anything. I mean, every year we know guys make the playoffs that never made it before or haven't made it in multiple years. So 1 o'clock is where all that stuff goes on. I wish the league cared more. They don't, in my opinion, don't really get 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock for the football real fans is the start of the football day, and they're excited to get the day going with a good game. And they complain to me quite a bit on Mondays about it. But it's not going to change. And now when you add Christmas, which is on a Thursday coming up this year, and 3 games, it's just way too many short weeks for too many teams. And as I said, if I was the union fighting for what I want when they go to 18 games, as David would say, if it doesn't cost money, they'll do it. I would say we're going to limit your short week games to 2 per team. No one's going to have more than 2 ever, and spread them out. But they won't get things like that.
I will say I was encouraged because last year the league made it really easy on itself. That Saturday before Christmas, they had 2 games, 4 high-profile teams, and then they just shuffled the teams and used those same teams to play on Christmas on Wednesday.
Right.
Well, I figured they were going to do the same thing this year. Granted, they get an extra day of rest because Christmas is on a Thursday, but they announced that Saturday before Christmas doubleheader is Philly, Washington, Green Bay, Chicago. And then Amazon announced that their Christmas game, now there are 2 others that day, but the game that got announced was, I believe, Denver at Kansas City, neither of which is obviously playing on that Saturday. Now, maybe the other 2 games will get announced and they're just going to reshuffle the Philly, Washington, Green Bay, Chicago deck. But I'm with you, Pat. If I'm certain teams like the Chiefs and the Eagles and the Ravens and what have you, it's like, hey, it's bad enough I'm going to end up playing the maximum 6 primetime games when it was supposed to be 5. But could you stop moving me all over the place? How many full weeks of rest can certain teams get during the year?
It's going to cause injury, and they'll never disclose it as injury because, as I say on this show a lot, when a guy doesn't play on the short week because he couldn't get ready, they don't count it as an injury. But I know on this show, the three of us, and I remember saying this with Mark a couple of times, and Mark saying it right back to me, if that game was Sunday, that guy would have played. And on these Thursday things, it doesn't happen that way. So it's not going to change. We're not going back to like common sense. We're just completely in the, the marketing end of this thing. And this will get me in trouble this afternoon, but I'll see if it gets me in trouble here. And probably not in Florida, but I can't stand that the Dallas Cowboys get the maximum number of games. They don't deserve them anymore. And I don't want to hear about their big fan base. I get a lot of guys called they watch the game because they hate the Cowboys and they want to see them lose again. But enough with the old tradition of America's team. Go earn the right to be in 6 primetime games, and they haven't done it.
Pat, you're preaching to the choir. You are preaching to the choir. Unfortunately, there's a 4-letter network that if Jerry Jones passes gas, they think it's worthy of a top-of-the-hour story. And until that ends, we're not going to be dismissed of it. Fortunately, there have been so many other teams that seem to be doing the right things. The Washingtons, the Detroits. We think Chicago's on the come. So fortunately, there seems to be new teams that are getting the maximum number of games, but Dallas doesn't go away. I will say, however, and we talked about this last week, Dallas with the trade, we'll see how Pickens works out with their draft pick. I think they're a lot closer to Washington than I did a month ago, and we'll see how that plays out with a healthy Dak Prescott this year.
Yep. And I hope they play well. I have nothing against them. I'm friends with Steven. Although the other day I thought it was kind of odd. I would have never said the things in a positive sense that were said about Pickens. Like, he's not a 2. He's kind of a 1. If I'm the agent, I'm drooling over that comment. Thank you very much. You're telling me my guy's going to get T. Higgins money. I would have not said those things. There's your locker. Practices in 15 minutes. Go out there and be good. But they don't. Hey, here's a question, though, to the two of you. Let's go back to the 1 o'clock window because this will help me. Who are the teams that we know are lock-ins for 1 o'clock almost every week that you think are going to surprise? And wow, you know what? Who's going to make the 1 o'clock window better because of the way they're going to play? I look and I'm always trying to find. Is that Jacksonville? Maybe not. Is it Carolina that we haven't been paying close attention all life?
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Now there's a team that should be at least 4 primetime games, but they're probably the right kind of 1 o'clock window team that'll just keep knocking off good teams. But I'm looking for those teams that I can get excited about at 1 o'clock so I can promote them starting now.
What do you make of Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals situation? We don't know the full truth, but we've been led to believe last year and now in the last 48 hours that Hendrickson and the Bengals came to an agreement last year. You go out and do it again, we'll take care of you. He went out and did it again, and according to Trey Hendrickson, he can't even get him on the phone. The Bengals were not cheap with their wide receivers. They took care of Joe's guys, but we all know what's keeping them from returning to deep in the playoffs is Hendrickson's side of the ball. What do you make of the Trey Hendrickson Bengals situation?
Yeah, well, I think there's always a fear from Bengal fans and the national media that the Bengals are cheap, and they're not cheap. And it's not just these 2 receivers and the quarterback. I'll take you back to Willie Anderson, and Paul Alexander was the line coach then and went in and pitched why they needed to keep him, and then they paid him a ton. So they have a record of paying guys. To me, I said this to a caller yesterday. It's May. You're freaking out because you're scared of the past. Oh, well, last year the team was distracted by – I said, your top receiver, Chase, he led the NFL in receptions. He was so upset he went out and caught 135 balls. Come on. So I think with plenty of time – now, do I think they're going to get this done in May? No. Do I think they'll get it done in August? Yeah. Their problem is, as we both know, all 3 of us know, it's the $40 million that Miles got. And a fan said to me yesterday, well, I can't believe they're not going to sign him. I said, so you're the GM for a minute. What do you want to sign him for? Well, 32. I said, well, why would he take 32 when he led the league in sacks? So if they offered him 32 and he turned it down, what is he supposed to do? He's waiting for a bigger number. And now they want to blame the club for that. They should blame the club, but what do you think the club should pay him $40 million? This is the same as the TJ Watt situation. These are two very, very good players that are going to be in the same contract world, and they're in the division with Miles, and Miles got $40 million. What would you pay either one of those guys, Mark? You're the GM on this one. What would you offer those two guys?
You're getting to areas that I'm not familiar with offering money, and I don't follow. I don't know, Pat. I really don't know. But it just becomes a tipping point where you're going to spend your money is what I'd come back to you with. Where's your, to lose a player that's produced that much seems like a no-win situation for a team. And I think that's where they are. When the player starts trying to come out publicly to get an advantage, that means negotiations are going nowhere.
Well, they are going nowhere now because no one's talking, but no talking can be a positive. We're not creating any more problems. Yeah, he's frustrated. But again, now I'll get to the guy who loves being a GM. What would you offer this guy?
Well, I would do one of two things. I would either offer a 5-year deal, the last 2 years being dummy years because he's in his early 30s, so I can prorate the bonus out, or I would just tag him. I would get him this year for what I got him for, and then I'd go tag, because I signed my wide receivers, I signed my quarterback. Okay, I would just say, sorry, Trey, you're going to play 3 more years with us, and I can tell you right now what you're going to make. Suck it up and deal.
Yeah, I didn't know you had that much hardball in you, David. That's well said. And that's a reality piece of leverage for the club, which I don't think they really want to do, but they can do it, and they certainly have told the agent, don't force us into it because we will do it. But again, no one wants to say the reality of what the number probably is and why it's going to be hard for Watt and Hendrickson. It's going to be tough.
The other thing is the if you tag Watt or Hendrickson and we got a hard break, okay, it's not an insulting tag anymore because Garrett's making 40 and Burns is in the 30s. I mean, the tag figure is not going to be insulting, or at least, relatively speaking. He's Pat Kirwan, more with Pat on the other side here on Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How about that Derek Carr?
Well, that's where we're going next. That's
Yeah.
got to. For the record, it looks like from what I'm seeing, I know you probably talked to your buddy, but I'm seeing a lot of people catching grouper just from social media pictures.
Oh my God,
Grouper and snapper, obviously.
Yeah.
Going really well.
I'll send you a picture. The guys went out last week, and they were out 62 miles, and they caught like 65 fish keepers. Yeah, it was like 3 guys on the boat destroyed it. But you're right. But every time I'm free, there's too much wind. Like the other day, my plan was to go out and get back in time to watch the game, and the wind was brutal on Saturday. I mean,
it's been the winds. I mean, usually by May the winds start laying down, and it is not, because I still play my 2 rounds of golf a week, and it's still blowing like a son of a gun out there.
Yep, it's and the other day with that Saturday when you were playing Saturday, that was coming like southwest wind or so. It was freaking crazy. My wife and I actually said, let's go down to the beach for a while after I said I'm not fishing. And we had to leave. She was full of sand in her hair from the thing blowing. Yeah, but I'll get right back down here. I used to count on May, but it hasn't really happened. It worked out for me, but June will be fine.
Yeah, because we don't really start getting the rains till the end of June anyhow.
Yep. I like June down here. And this Everblade team just keeps playing into June all the time.
Right.
It's been 4 years in a row now. We're heading right to June. Oh, E-Man Worry. How about Jaden Higgins getting a fully guaranteed deal in the second round?
I know. And so the minute that happened, the guard for the Dolphins 3 spots later is like, well, I don't know if I'm going to sign this contract.
Yeah, and now E-Man Worry is like the last guy to be signed in Seattle. He's the guy right below Higgins. I'm sure the owners are just ticked off that they did this.
Oh.
This kind of thing that's a lot of money over the next 20 years.
Well, yeah, because that's going to trickle down. And it also begs the question, I mean, really?
Why?
Why? I mean, I thought you guys had the leverage. The rookie...
Right.
It's right there on paper what he's going to make.
Yeah. No, it's disturbing. I mean, so things that upset the market, we already covered what Miles' deal is doing. Now we get these guaranteed deals in the second round. I mean, it's obviously not like a $40 million a year deal, but it's a problem. And then, of course,
I mean, I'll be honest. I would have said, listen, I'll fully guarantee it if you're signed for less.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, and then I could say to my fellow owners, or I got them for $500,000, $1 million a year less.
Right.
Okay, so leave me alone.
But this turned out to be a disaster with the eye. And I know John Snyder's trying to get E-Man Worry signed. His next play right there. There is no way out of it now.
Well, you know what the rest of the league's going to do. They're going to do like Deshaun. They're going to say, that's the aberration. Don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, how about the agents that got their second round picks all signed already? And now there's G deals coming through. Oh boy. Hey, this is not for our show, but are you guys covering this insanity that the NCAA might let these guys gamble on pro football?
No.
So there's a proposal out there that the NCAA is looking at to allow college athletes to bet on NFL games.
Well, if you think about it, though, if you're playing in a state and you're of legal betting age, okay, your friends can bet on pro football. Why can't you?
Yeah, I know. But now I always think of it, what's the ripple effect to the NFL? Now you're going to get guys coming that have been legally betting on pro football.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, that to me, I don't know. I don't follow the NCAA like I used to, but what's it say to you about the NCAA? Are they just laying down and dying and surrendering?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Curtis Strange to join us in a little more than 15 minutes. It's been a good year since we've talked to the World Golf Hall of Famer. We'll talk with him in a little more than 15 minutes on the American Paint Supplies hotline here on Miller and Moulton. But our remaining moments talking the NFL with Pat Kirwan. All right, let's go to New Orleans.
Yes.
Start wherever you want. I think the piece of information that Mark and I learned when he retired was that Carr and the Saints had been in contact since late March, so there was no mystery to the extent of his injury.
Well, the timeline doesn't shape up very well. When did he get hurt? Week 14? He did not. That's right. He did not declare that injury. So he had, I think, a back and a thumb. He did not declare anything about his shoulder. And then he announced, first, the club had the right to convert his salary to signing bonus. All of a sudden, I'm hearing, first time in my life, someone complaining about that. He was complaining about it. Then he said he threw a football in March, and it hurt. And did he throw that football after the conversion of his salary to signing bonus? Did he ever mention anything to anyone in the month of February? It's a little fishy to me, the whole thing. I had Boomer Esiason was driving home yesterday and listening to us talk about it, and then he called in and he said maybe he's got an insurance policy and he wanted to collect the $30 million tax-free. And I go, Boom, have you ever dealt with Lloyd's of London or anybody else? They don't pay off right away because they think your career is not over. And there's a million guys, Jim Miller's one of them, that have labor and tear shoulder injuries in their throwing arm and played again in a year. So I don't know how he'd collect in that. So I kind of threw that one out when he was done talking about it. I don't. Here's a question. If they knew before the draft, why didn't they just take Jackson Dart? Why did they wait? That's why I don't think they did know.
All right. So what did they do at quarterback? Because David and I yesterday firmly put them on the clock for the 26th draft.
Yeah, that's a dangerous. I like the idea and Manning and all that stuff. Grandpa.
I'm not even saying tanking, Pat, because we all know teams in the NFL don't tank. We get it. We've learned you can't tank in that league. The players don't. But right now, on paper, this is one of the worst rosters in the league, and they don't have a starting quarterback, Pat.
No, they're certainly going to be in the conversation all year. But as I've said and trained by my boss, if you're looking forward to next year to get the quarterback of your dreams, have a different plan because it doesn't work out that way. So are they going to land up playing so poorly that they come in second to last and miss on getting Manning? That could happen. So I don't know. And veteran players, they don't want that. They're going to try to play hard enough to win a few games. And just how many teams that destroyed? Wasn't it the Jets that destroyed their chance for Trevor Lawrence? Maybe it worked out great as we think about it. But so all those things are very dangerous to think that's a good plan. In the meantime, Shuck has no experience and he gets hurt a lot. The kid behind him went 0-6 as the starter. Taysom Hill has the most experience. Would you be trying to get a veteran in there before you? But if you look at that roster can't stay together much longer. There's a lot of guys in their 30s on that football team.
Well, Pat, that's where we were yesterday. If we're going to go with the information that we're being told now and accepting it as true, which is dangerous. If from late March to the draft, Carr was communicating with the Saints and, was telling them how serious this injury is. I mean, the reports were already out there that he might miss the year. Well, if he was going to miss the year, then he's at the point where they could release him from a cap standpoint. So to me, heading into the draft, I thought the Saints needed to go hard in a direction. And to me, they didn't. They either needed to draft the quarterback in the first round, or they needed to not even take the kid in the second round because, well, hell, we're going to be terrible. This is the year that we clean up our cap. We're going to have a top 3 pick next year. We'll get our quarterback next year. We'll let Spencer Rattler get the beat out of him for a year. And to me, they didn't do either.
Right. I'm with you. So it's very hard to prove what they're really thinking. I will say this. You guys pay attention to the Saints enough to know, when have they ever drafted a quarterback in the first round to be their franchise guy? This GM, who is a friend of mine, and I respect the way he operates, they've always gone and got a veteran quarterback. They're not interested in this world. So betting on Manning is really dangerous. It's not in their profile of how they do business. I remember when they got Breeze, I was out to dinner with the GM in Naples, Florida, and he said, "Look, Pat, he may not be able to play. We don't care. We're going to sit him for a year if his shoulder's," how ironic is that? His shoulder. He goes, "We sit him for a year because we've never had a chance to get a guy like Breeze." And Breeze was able to play. But they were full steam ahead with a veteran, no matter what, medical risk, anything. So how sudden are they going to go into this season? And I don't know. We might not agree on this, but to me, the Saints always think they can win this division.
Right.
And they have every reason to. But when I look at the dead money on all those contracts and I look at the age of their guys, you could be bringing in a guy like Manning and having to restart a whole – he could get killed himself. So I don't – they got themselves in a bad spot. And I'm not here to suggest, but I am here to suggest I think that Carr just wanted out of there. And remember, the Saints own his rights. So when he decides – and by the way, is he ever going to get the shoulder surgery? I think he went home. Boomer said this too. Now he doesn't have to answer any questions, does he? He doesn't have to answer one media question. He's gone. He's at home. And he's not going to be subjected to having to answer anything. If he was still on the Saints, he'd have to be answering a lot of questions.
By the way, Pat, I'm not sure if I'm right on this, but I think that I am. The last time the Saints took a quarterback in the first round, his name was Manning.
I know. Archie. That's who it was.
1971 or something like that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's never the way they do business. Their fan base, if you told the Saint, now we get a lot of Saint calls, same ones all the time, but they're very religious to the team and committed. But those guys and women, if you told them we're going to take a dive for the season, they go ballistic. They don't see it that way.
But they're crazy, but they're not dumb. They know they're not good enough. They do. I mean, they tried with Dennis Allen and a bunch of 6, 7, 8, the Breezes are Sean's last year. They lost a 9-8 tiebreaker. They're getting the same core of players. They're getting worse every year. Obviously, they're getting older. Okay. They know their cap's a mess. They know they can't win. 1 year, sacrifice 1 year. For goodness sakes, this team didn't win the first 20 years of its existence.
I know, but your emotion says you think they're getting Manning, and I don't.
Well, we don't even think Manning's going to be in the draft next year. But Nussmeier from LSU, the Warren, the kid from Penn State, there are going to be quarterbacks that are valued more highly than this year's crop of quarterbacks was in the draft. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or Allen. I'm sorry, not Warren. Allen from Penn State.
I agree with all that. But we'll see how they operate. They've never operated the way we're claiming here that they probably will operate. So did you just say, there's a question, did you just say they're not going to go get a veteran quarterback now?
Who, Pat? Who? And we've got about 30 seconds till we got to hit a hard break. Who's left?
Well,
you have to trade for one?
Well, Jameis is going to be available. Look, they want to keep the 2 rookies. Jameis is available. I can give you the names. Kenny Pickett. I'd go after Kenny Pickett. I'd go after Jameis. I'd even sign DeVito, who's not going to make the Giants.
He's Pat Kirwan. Curtis Strange is next on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, we haven't had Mark Lai on in a while, have we?
Well, the last couple times I've reached out to him, he's been in California.
Oh, okay.
He's got family out there, and I think he's been doing family stuff.
All right. No, I just when Johnny Mac there said that, I'm like, yeah, we haven't had him in a while. Every once in a while, I see a tweet having to do nothing with golf. Curtis is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and we are thrilled to talk once again with a longtime friend of the show. He was so good at Wake Forest, they put him in the North Carolina Sports Hall of Fame. He was so good on the PGA Tour, they put him in the World Golf Hall of Fame, and he's been broadcasting golf for nearly 30 years. He's Curtis Strange, two-time U.S. Open champion, who will be busy at work for the PGA because ESPN going sun up to sundown Thursday, Friday, and a whole lot of early coverage on the weekend. Curtis, it's David and Mark. How you been?
Good, guys. How are you? I haven't heard from you in a while.
I know. It's on us. Our bad.
Well,
hey, I want to say one thing, though. The one person in that little intro you gave that's more surprised than anybody else about 30 years in TV is my English professor at Wake, okay? Anyway, how y'all doing?
Doing well. Sounds like you may have had to redo a paper or two in your day, Curtis. Something I would know nothing about from my English teachers as well. All right. Lots of rain. There's going to be very little practice time, but this is a course that these guys know pretty darn well because of the Wells Fargo every year. So does practice time leading up to the PGA at Quail Hollow matter that much?
Not really. Practice means always is important to familiarize yourself back with the golf course. And that's the one big difference this week is that they know the golf course so well. Now, there's a few in the field that haven't played here that often, but it's just getting back, getting in the environment, getting used to the greens. But it's all the same layout. But you make a good point there. They're getting out. They got out yesterday afternoon late for a few holes. Right now, it's pouring. It's supposed to get a little better today, but there's rain in the forecast almost every day.
Does the rain and the length that the course is going to play maybe take a Spieth out of the equation? And obviously, if he wins, he could win the career Grand Slam. But, Jordan's not one who carries the ball 290, 300 in the air. He counts on 280 and then 20 big yards of roll. Are there 10 or so golfers that you look at the weather conditions and go, yeah, this is really going to hurt him?
Well, Jordan is so good with the short game, especially the putter. That makes up for a lot of deficiencies one might think he has. One overcoming the still getting stronger with the wrist injury surgery from this past year. But you can win anywhere. You just have to be better that week than say Rory McIlroy or some of the top favorites. And Jordan can win anywhere, of course, but the course is going to be extremely, extremely long. This is a big man's golf course, big property, big wide fairways, big greens, big bunkers, everything about it. And it's absolutely a beautiful golf course, and an older golf course. But you can win, but you have to be very, very good. And versus Rory, because of his length, because of Justin Thomas's length, and a few others, and of course the accuracy and the consistency of Scotty Scheffler. They're at the top of their game right now, and right now it's a 4 or 5 man race here this week. Now that doesn't mean somebody else can't win, but I mean Roy just has, to answer your next question, Roy has everything right now going for him. He has extreme confidence, not only winning 3 times this year, but completing the Grand Slam a few weeks back at the Masters. I think this almost frees him up to play golf the way he knows how to play as a kid. He comes to a golf course. He's won 4 times in his career. He's played twice since the Masters victory, so that hangover should be gone. And it's a quick quick turnaround to the next major. I just think he's going to be really tough to beat. With that said, Scotty Scheffler is going to be tough to beat as well, and I think it's going to be a two-man show this week.
And boy, would golf fans love that. This course, as you mentioned, is a big boy golf course. We should actually see, because of the wetness and because of the length of this course, I mean, are we going to see these guys with some irons in their hands for second shots that, quite frankly, we're not used to seeing them hit right now because it's so much of a hit it and throw a wedge on the green? Are we actually going to see these guys with some, I don't know, 5-6 irons in their hands for second shots?
Boy, wouldn't that be a novelty? Wouldn't it? We have learned, though, in the past 8 or 10 years, that length really doesn't make a difference to some of these guys because they hit it so far. And the one example is at Aaron Hills in the U.S. Open. Brooks Koepka, it was like 7,800 yards long. Brooks Koepka shot like 18 under par. So there you have it. But wetness causes issues, not only moisture around the ball, not controlling the ball precisely on the second shot out of the fairway, but the rough, which is not terribly deep here, but really, really thick. So that when you get moist on top of that, it plays very, very thick. And greens will be holding. That'll help. But, somebody's going to shoot 8 or 10 under par, which is perfect to me for a PGA championship.
Curtis Strange, World Golf Hall of Famer, standout at Wake Forest, back in his stomping grounds in North Carolina, working, however, ESPN Plus, a lot of golf coverage, sun up to sundown, Thursday, Friday, and then early coverage on the weekends. Curtis will be in the tower with Scott Van Pelt, and he'll also be in the tower doing a few holes by himself. Hey, when we've talked to you in the past, at least in the recent past, PGA Tour's had some issues. Ratings are really good. Attendance is really good. I mean, every event seems to be announcing record attendance, and the top players are winning. I mean, Curtis, things seem to be going great.
Well, and that just goes to show you, sometimes a downturn like last year with the economy, which is a huge part of this equation that nobody talks much about. It's cyclical, isn't it? Sport is cyclical. But this year, we have had an upbeat in everything, even with the chaotic situation of the tour. But I think people are so fatigued over that. That's almost in the past. They want to watch golf. And remember this chaos with professional golf with the PGA Tour it's a PGA Tour problem. And I'm so disappointed with our leadership and everyone involved. But be that as it may, we are where we are, and we have proven that we don't need other people's money. Now, we did for a while there when we had a couple of entities suing us. We were escalating the purses astronomically, exponentially too much. We couldn't afford it. And we do have an investment from a group of gentlemen from the SSG group from the Northeast, but whatever. We are doing very, very well. Sponsorship is okay. Attendance, like you said, these people coming out to Charlotte this week, they don't care about what's going on with the tour. They want to watch their favorite player and watch golf. It's why they love the game and they want to be a part of it.
Well, and to me, it's not the PGA selling tickets and people watching, because we get that. But when they're playing in Texas and it's a non-elevated event and the attendance is what it is and the TV numbers are what they are for fields that, Curtis, are not that good compared to these elevated fields, that to me is a really good sign that the golf fan just wants to see golf.
Well, I completely agree. But on the other hand, not to get too technical, the elevated events have been good for 8 events. There's 8 of them. They get the top 72 players in the world, and so on. The other events are being, I think, slowly hurt very badly because they never get a crossover of the top players in their field. Those towns do well, but TV, I have to disagree. TV in some of those events, ratings have not been very good because they have become almost a feeder tour to the 8 elevated events in the 4 majors. And I think that's destructive to the tour, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Because again, the tour is strong and maybe they can survive, fields with not top players, I should say. People that you'd never heard of before is I think a negative to those guys because somebody has to start somewhere. They're all younger kids, but I think the tour grew together for 50 years, and now I don't think it's on an equal playing field.
The PGA historically has had a bunch of first-time major champions. We're on a little bit of run here where past major champions are winning our majors. I'm just curious, you said you think this is like a five-man field. Do you think one of those five is someone who has not won a major?
No. And we were talking at dinner last night. Okay, I'm gonna take four players: Scotty, Rory, Xander, and JT, Justin Thomas. Would you take the field? Now that's hell at the Masters. I was saying I'm going to take Rory. You take the field. I thought he was going to win because he was due, but it's still a tough bet because there's so many quality players throughout this field, and you never say never. But when Rory McIlroy or Scotty Scheffler has more than tripled the world ranking points of number 3 in the world, that shows that Rory and Scotty have separated themselves from the field enough to where if they're on the leaderboard, you take notice. Everybody takes notice.
The only guy I would throw out there, and I think you're probably right, is Oberg, because I think he has the game and plays difficult courses really well. I like where he's at. If he plays his 8 game, I'd love to see where he ends up on Sunday.
Who are you talking about now?
Oberg, Ludwig Oberg.
I couldn't agree more. That's why I hate picking 2 or 3, 4 guys. Now, Sports Center and ESPN, they make you do these things. But it's almost like you pick this guy so you don't care about the others. I care about everybody in here that I think has the ability to win this week. But you are right, starting the conversation. The length of this golf course and the elements this week are going to eliminate a lot of people. Now, it doesn't mean they can't play again, but they have to be so much better than the guy who has the length, the experience, and the competitive edge over these other guys.
Oberg, outside of the disastrous 18th hole, obviously had a tremendous Masters. You tell us, you've been in the situation before. You haven't won a major yet, but he contended to the 72nd hole in the Masters. How much will that benefit him going forward, or does it not benefit you until you win?
They're all baby steps. Everything is a learning experience. And I think sometimes we get tired of that phrase, but it's absolutely the truth. I don't care what sport you're playing. I don't care if it's in business, in the boardroom. Every time you're in there, you get more comfortable with the stage in which you're on, the situation, how your body works, how you think, because everything does get faster. Everything gets more intense. Your nerve endings are popping out of those fingers. And just look, the best example I can give you are some of the shots Rory hit on the backside Sunday at the Masters. They were so un-Rory-like. Now he still won by hitting some great shots, but it's the pressure, it's the stage, and the more you're there, the more comfortable you will be on. And quite frankly, Oberg looks like he's comfortable anywhere he goes. Now inside it's churning, but this guy is just a matter of time. Absolutely a matter of time. The game looks easy for him, and when you say that, it means like it's stress-free. And if you can play stress-free and play like you don't care sometimes, that's when you play your best.
Curtis, thanks for making time for us. Hope you and the family are well. You're going to get out and do some fishing after this?
I come back down to your area for another 10 days, and we're back up north, but I will get a little bit of fishing in then, and it's been slow this year. We've had those cold fronts come through. Now, we're not going to complain to people that live in Cleveland or Chicago, but it's been a little bit different year, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. But you know what summer's like down here, so now it just changes everything.
I know. So, guys, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Curtis.
Have a great week, Curtis, and be well.
Thank you. You too.
Curtis Strange, two-time U.S. Open champion, World Golf Hall of Famer. And as his playing career was winding down, he went to the booth in the late 90s. He's almost got 30 years. Remember, he did the sit-down interview with Tiger in 97. 96, 97.
And he's calling it essentially a 4 or 5 man field and damn near calling it a 2-man field.
Well,
if we get Scheffler, Rory, and I would throw DeChambeau in there because I think that adds an element to it. DeChambeau resonates with younger people. The whole Live PGA thing still resonates with the long-term golf fan. But Rory at this course, especially if what you said comes true on Thursday, and they're lift clean in place on Thursday because of the elements, good gracious.
That's my fear. I please hope it's not lift clean in place. My goodness. 61 will be the leader in the clubhouse after the first day. So what's he going with? Rory, Scheffler, JT, and Xander, right?
That's it.
And offering us the field. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
saying even like walking around here, like if I have the Crocs on, okay, it's much softer on me. Thank you. Strange has been a over the years. Curtis Strange. Yes, that's the word, Ambient. I don't think it's official, but yes, the word is that the Vikings are playing back-to-back games, Ireland, London, or London, Ireland.
Oh, the computer shut off the recording because we had too much on the hard drive right at the end of the hour. It got all of Curtis. It just missed the last of our little banter, but I had to delete basically everything we have on the hard drive. I think. I hope it's fixed. I have no idea.
Huh.
I don't know Curtis well enough, and I would have asked him off air if I did, but I saw a thing recently with John Daly who said that Curtis was not very nice to him when he got on the tour. They asked him who was, kind of a, you know what,
blank.
And he went, Curtis Strange. And I was like, huh. And if I knew him better, I would love to say, so what'd you do to John Daly?
Yeah. And I got very lucky because Curtis played the.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We've had a lively show. If you've missed it, David Samson, Bob Harig, Pat Kirwan, Curtis Strange. You can download what you missed, millerandmoulton.com. David, Bob, Pat, and Curtis, and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. And because we've had such a great guest list, on our first hour, we spent a decent amount of time talking about the NBA playoffs last night, the NHL playoffs last night, but really the last 2 hours has been spent talking about other things and not the Knicks taking a 3-1 lead and Jason Tatum's apparently awful, debilitating injury for many, many months, it looks like, and how much injuries have really impacted the NBA playoffs so far. It's amazing. Mark and I were talking in the first hour. Can you recall the NBA playoffs where injuries have been this big a factor that have occurred in the playoffs?
No, David, because, I'm thinking of going way back to when I really was into the association and a Piston fan. And I remember Isaiah playing through an ankle injury.
Right.
Things like that.
Right.
Kareem getting hurt and Magic having to come in and play center. But I don't recall injuries that were keeping guys out for the length of time that we're talking about. And that doesn't even get into the little injuries. Like Cleveland's gone through a bunch of nagging injuries, and it's part of the reason why the Pacers are up 3-1 in that series.
Yeah, part of the reason. Pacers deserve more credit, but there's no doubt that the Cavs have been shorthanded for a majority of this series so far. Donovan Mitchell's questionable tonight, for goodness sakes. And they desperately need him. Cavs are still 7.5-point favorites to stay alive against the Pacers tonight in Game 5. I'm curious which road team you think puts up a better performance tonight, because you can get 7.5 with the Pacers and 10.5 with the Nuggets.
I'd hedge my bet on the Pacers if I were to make one. I love the 10.5. And I think the Nuggets will play hard. I just think the Pacers can win.
Okay. So you would take the 7.5 more because you think Indiana is just a better chance to win than the Nuggets. Okay. I like it. Well, certainly, proof's in the pudding. I mean, they went to Cleveland, won the first 2 games. So Cleveland has to prove they can, win at home. Mark, I'm glad you mentioned it. Those injuries were all in the 80s. Magic having to fill in for Kareem for a game was game 6 of the 80 finals. Isaiah hurting his ankle in game 6 of the 88 NBA finals, finishing the game and then playing game 7 gamely on an ankle that looked like a cantaloupe. And then, Mark, the very next year, when Magic, basically what Steph Curry just suffered, Magic strained his hamstring. And I don't know if it was game 1 or game 2 of the finals, Lakers-Pistons. But remember, Magic pounds the stanchion. And he realizes, he knew right away, he's like, I'm hurt. And we're done. We're done because I can't play. And he limped to the sideline. And that series was over. Now, the Pistons were probably going to win anyway. But that series was over at that moment. Kind of like the Warriors T-Wolves series was over the minute Steph Curry limped to the bench in game 1.
And I believe last night when Tatum, Achilles or whatever it may end up being, because we don't officially know yet, when he was helped off the court with, 3 minutes left in the game, that series is likely over. I didn't think that before the injury, even if the Knicks won game 4. I felt Boston could win 3 straight. But without Tatum, I don't see how they do it. I just don't. And Porzingis not at 100%.
Right. And Canada relief bringing up Kevin Durant. I believe that happened in the final game of the finals that year. Toronto Golden State. I thought Durant blew out his Achilles in game 6 in the final game. Now, it obviously impacted that game, but it's not. I don't think the Warriors had to play very long without Kevin Durant, because I thought it happened in the second half of the final game of the series. So it just struck us, okay, the Indiana-Cleveland series impacted by injuries, the Minnesota Golden State series impacted by injuries, and obviously now the rest of the Knicks-Celtics series is definitely impacted by injuries. Mark, you and I like a good conspiracy theorist. If you're the NBA, right now you're staring at a Minnesota, OKC, Indiana, New York Final Four.
The NBA, I don't know if you can hear them in the background chanting, "Go Knicks, go."
I was going to say, do you think it's possible the Knicks get some calls the rest of the way? For those that believe in a good conspiracy, and many of you have when it concerns the NBA for a long time, all right, if you believe that every now and then the league puts their hand or foot on the scales, don't you think Brunson and the Knicks are going to start going to the line?
But last night, we talked about it heading into the game. There was a differential in rebounding. Boston was doing really well on the offensive glass. New York didn't have much of an answer. Mitchell Robinson was big all night long on the glass. I thought that there was a span in the second quarter in which the Knicks grabbed 3 offensive rebounds before making a key 3-point bucket when it looked like Boston could even take a bigger lead in the game and did not. I thought was big before the half. I thought in the third and fourth quarters, they held their own on the glass, and that's what they had to do. And as you talked about, David, the Knicks had to score.
Yep.
The Knicks were not scoring enough to win. Even though they'd gotten away with 2 wins in Boston, they were not close to what their season average was. And last night broke out 121 points in the win over the Celtics, and now a game away from advancing to the Eastern Conference Final. The T-Wolves last night, they have like a 17-0 run mid-third quarter to kind of put that game out of hand.
Yeah.
And they take down Golden State, and they are a game away from making their way to the Western Conference Finals.
I will say, since they're not the sexiest team and they don't have huge fan bases, but, for those of us of a certain age where you had to pay your dues and you had to work your way up the conference ladder. I mean, Mark, you're a Pistons fan. You had to get by the Celtics, and then you had to get by the Lakers, and really early on, you had to make sure that you avoided the Knicks and Atlanta even. You were kind of in that grouping. All right, well, the T-Wolves made the conference finals last year. The Pacers made the conference finals last year. And it would be remarkable if this ends up being a Knicks T-Wolves final. They had the biggest trade of the offseason, didn't they?
Yes, one of the biggest ones in the last couple of years.
I mean, Cat going to the Knicks for Randall and DiVincenzo. And if they both end up going to a place, that Minnesota, A, has never gone, and B, the Knicks haven't gone in over a quarter century.
I will say that the T-Wolves are probably OKC's a really good team. Don't get me wrong. They're solid top to bottom. By the way, I think we mentioned it during the break, maybe on air, when the whole Giannis trade comes about, don't rule out OKC. They have more assets than anyone. They have 6 million draft picks. They have players they could move.
Yes.
They will be as hot and heavy as San Antonio will be in the Giannis sweepstakes.
If they're willing to go over the tax, which so far they have not. Remember, the whole Westbrook, KD, Harden trio got broken up over $2 million a year for 5 years for James Harden. Oklahoma City would only go to a certain point. If they went $2 million more, Harden would have stayed. That trio would have stayed intact for 5 years.
But Anthony Edwards versus Brunson, if you will. I mean, Anthony Edwards is a dog. He can play, and he's a bit of an SOB.
Yeah.
In the best way possible.
Totally.
I mean that as the utmost compliment to him.
Totally.
Of the players left, not naming Brunson, because Brunson, like last night when Brunson and Tatum were going, and they're going back and forth, and they're seemingly not missing. That's what you want in that league. Anthony Edwards can do that as well as anybody left in the postseason.
And he's 23 years old. And he knows how good he is. And he has no problem telling you how good he is. But then he's also a really good team player. Like, Anthony Edwards' coach has been yelling at Anthony Edwards throughout the entire playoffs. He's been publicly chastising him for some of the way he's been playing. And Anthony Edwards takes it. Now, he may not take it on the court from other guys, but he'll take it from his coach. He'll take it from the staff. I listened to an interview with the top assistant of the T-Wolves a week ago, and he was like, Guy, he is so old school. He has no problem being coached hard. He wants to be held accountable. He wants to cut down the nets. And if you can make that possible for him, he's all in.
I mean, he's a budding star that if they were to get through Oklahoma City, I do think it would be good for the game for an Anthony Edwards to get to the finals, because as much as SGA is a terrific player, he relies on contact and playing a game a way that not everybody loves. Is that fair to say, David?
Yes. Yes. Also, some wonder if he has a regular season game and whether or not it's the type of game that will win you a championship in the playoffs, because he does rely on getting to the line a lot, and they send you to the line a lot less in the spring. Now, Denver doesn't have any answer for it. With that being said, I mean, they got nothing for SGA. Okay. And I don't know if the T-Wolves will either, unless they put Ant on them. Wouldn't that be fun?
But The T-Wolves now a game away from the finals. We've got game 5 tonight, Nuggets and Thunder. The Pacers trying to close out the Cavs on the road. Miller and Moulton, the bonus hour. Thanks so much for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Once again, Ambient and Irish, we said if, but you guys only hear what the fuck you want to hear.
Hey.
God almighty. You just want chapstick and knee pads. We said if. Please, the Nuggets have the best player in the game. No, and you guys never do. Ever. God forbid we have 5 minutes of fun on a topic that you don't want to think about. God, can I win the lottery, pay Mark off and quit? Be great.
Do you know the Eagles have 4 games announced so far, and not one of them's on a Sunday? Irish, you're right. Irish, you and Ambient, give me your information so when we want to take a vacation, you two can guest host the show. Not going to get many of them, Logic Man. You're not. You're the Super Bowl champs. You will get 6 games in prime time. And do they even count the Saturday games as one of the 6, David?
No.
So they'll get 7 games. That'll be Thursday, Sunday night, Monday night.
Right. Non-Sunday at 1 or 4:25. Yeah. Right. It used to be 5. But I believe it got extended to 6 because they keep adding windows. Yeah, the Chiefs played, I think, every day. Did the Chiefs play on Friday last year? Were they the Black? Who was the Black Friday game last year? Because if so, then the Chiefs played every day but a Tuesday last year. Well, I know the Jets Dolphins were 2 years ago because Rodgers was hurt. Was that the Chiefs Raiders game? Was Black Friday? Then they played every day but a Tuesday last year. Yeah, that parking lot was a little crowded, Logic Man, wasn't it? Although the Eagles were on the road, but yeah. Johnny Mac, they always seem to, don't they?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. A pick or two all coming up. Seth Everett, John Forsland, already scheduled to be on the show tomorrow, and we'll have another golf guest looking ahead to the PGA Championship. So here's what we know, Mark, with the NFL schedule. That, quote, officially, unquote, gets released 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The international games appear set. Now, I've got 7 international games. Are there 8 scheduled?
No.
Okay. So week 1, second day of the season, it's Chiefs-Chargers. It's a Chargers home game in Brazil.
Correct.
Then, a couple interesting footnotes here. So Ireland, week 4, Steelers will host the Vikings. Mark, they're keeping the Vikings in Europe because week 5, the Browns are hosting the Vikings.
Yeah, they're staying in the UK and heading over to London. They're going from Ireland, which is not in the UK, I know, over to London. So, yes, they will stay in that part of the world for a few extra days.
We know that the week 6 London game is Jets-Broncos. I believe the Jets are the home team in that. They are. It's a little surprised. It's 2 AFC teams since usually, you know, they have the AFC this year host the games and they put an NFC team with them. Week 7 in London, the Jags with their traditional London game will play host to the Rams. Germany's game, week 10, is the Colts playing host to the Falcons. Who do you think's the starting quarterback for the Colts in that game right now? No injuries. Let's just say there's no injuries involved. Based on performance, Colts quarterback week 10 will be
Anthony Richardson.
Boy, for the Colts' sake, I hope so. I picked them 4th overall. And then in Madrid, week 11, the Commanders and the Dolphins, with the Dolphins being the designated home team. ABC ESPN released this morning on Good Morning America that, what is it, November 10th, I think it is, that the Monday night game that they have is Eagles at Packers. And then Fox announced late yesterday that they have the Saturday before Christmas doubleheader, Eagles at Commanders, Packers at Bears. And then 2 other games have officially been announced. Amazon last night said, yeah, we got Black Friday again, and it's Bears at Eagles. How many Eagles games is this that we know of?
Do we have 5 Eagles games so far, and none of them are on Sunday?
And Amazon also announced that there's the triple header on Christmas. Netflix has the first 2 games. We have the nightcap, and the nightcap is Denver in Arrowhead against the Chiefs. But yeah, you've got the week 1 game on a Thursday, Cowboys-Eagles. You got the Saturday Fox doubleheader before Christmas, Eagles at Commanders. The Monday night football game is Eagles at Packers, and the Black Friday game is Bears at Eagles.
So 4 games so far for the Eagles, but none are on Sunday.
Correct. Congratulations, you've won the Super Bowl. But
yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't feel badly for anyone except for the Eagles fan. I don't feel bad for their front office. I don't feel bad for their coaches. And I don't feel badly for their players. I don't. Everybody gets a ton of money. You're all getting rich playing this game. Good for you. You know who gets screwed? The fan. The fan wants Sunday at 1. They do.
They'll deal with Sunday at 4:25, but you're right. They want Sunday at 1. Because here's the other thing.
Complaints of the poor Eagles and who's not going to be healthy after this. I'm sorry. I don't care. They're getting billions of dollars from television networks to play these games on all these networks. You know what? When you're good, you've got to deal with it. It hasn't affected Kansas City, who's been on TV a ton. They've still made it back to the final game.
I wonder, will the Vikings have a fairly early bye? Like right now, if you had to make a prediction, since the Vikings are in Dublin week 4 for the Steelers and London week 5 for the Browns, you think the league gives them a week 6 bye?
You would almost guarantee it. I mean, you can guarantee that. That's their bye.
By the way, I don't think the league is sticking it to the Vikings. I actually think that, you know, hey, we're here. I mean, you know, Mark, Dublin to London, what are we talking? An hour?
Right. Flight?
I mean, you know, 90 minutes tops. I mean, you know, they'll play Sunday in Ireland. They'll be in a London hotel Sunday night. I don't think it's going to be that bad for the Vikings. There's a lot of Vikings fans upset. I actually think it's pretty convenient.
Commercial flights say an hour and 30 minutes of flight time. So private, you're talking an hour 15.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like playing Detroit. Well, it is.
I know.
I mean, it's no different than going from Michigan to Minnesota. Well, why does everybody think the Vikings are getting screwed? This is easy.
I could argue as a Vikings fan also, instead of J.J. McCarthy having to go to Pittsburgh and the dog pound early in the season, I mean, how raucous is the stadium going to be? It may be celebratory, but I don't know how raucous and intimidating it's going to be in Ireland and London.
And I think Vikings fan will travel.
Oh, yes.
Put it this way. Steelers, Vikings, I would say there would be more Steeler fans at the game.
Yes.
Because I don't know of a fan base that travels quite like the Pittsburgh Steeler fan base. They have fans everywhere. They will do very well with their game in London. But I think it's safe to say you'll have more Viking fans at the Cleveland Vikings game than you will Browns fans. Because let's remember, the Cleveland Browns more than likely are not going to be that good of a football team this year. So I'm with you, David. This is not the league sticking it to the Vikings.
I don't think it is. I really don't. I think that they could turn this into a positive.
The only thing that's going to stick it to the Vikings is if J.J. McCarthy can't play.
Right.
That's the only, that's the question I have about the Vikings. I'm not worried about their road trips. I'm worried about their quarterback.
Who's their backup again? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because has anybody signed Carson Wentz? Did I miss that?
I don't believe so.
It seems too obvious. Kid went to North Dakota State. He's from Central North Dakota. Unless the Saints are going to make him their starter, I don't know. It seemed to be a pretty good backup situation. Best wide receivers he's ever thrown to in his life.
Yeah, David, that is the understatement of all time right there after what he had at Michigan, for crying out loud. They've whacked receivers, I don't know, the last decade.
Well, I wasn't even talking McCarthy. I was talking Wentz. My goodness, those two receivers and that tight end. Damn, I think you get somebody to unretire for that gig for a few million a year. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We get a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, that's okay, Logic Man. Is it 4 years in a row also the Blades have taken out Jacksonville? The Icemen? So a buddy of mine's a Commanders fan. He's looking up flights to Madrid. I did find him RSW to Madrid through Atlanta round trip for $600.
Is he from here?
Yeah. And Logic Man, remember last season, Jacksonville was up 3-1.
So my kid is a huge fan of the Righteous Gemstones. I've been watching it. I don't like it nearly as much.
Okay.
It has moments, but I'm struggling halfway through season 1 if I'm going to make it through season 1. Yes, they have Johnny Mac. And why he's still the coach there is beyond us.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, our final segment on this Tuesday. Seth Everett, John Forsland to join us tomorrow on a Hump Day edition. We'll also have another golf guest. I can guarantee that as we preview the PGA Championship. David Samson, Bob Harig, Pat Kirwan, Curtis Strange. We're on the show today. If you missed it, go to millerandmoulton.com. Miller and Moulton broadcasting from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, Just keeping it real.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Visit them online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Stores in Bonita, or locations, I should say. And Bonita Springs in Naples. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your services, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We start in 1607 when John Smith establishes Jamestown near the James River in Virginia, the first permanent English settlement in North America. 1767, Mozart's first opera, written when he was 11, premiered today in 1767. What were you doing at 11? Were you writing operas? I doubt it. The Congress votes in favor of James Polk's request to declare war on Mexico today in 1846. 1905, heavyweight boxing champion James Jeffries retires undefeated after 7 title defenses, but much like all boxers, he would return in 1910 where he was beaten by Jack Johnson. Today in 1940, in his first speech as Prime Minister of the British House of Commons, Winston Churchill says, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat." Diners Club issues its first credit card today in 1950.
Did you ever get one?
No.
No, me neither.
I don't even think they were around when I was credit card eligible.
I'm pretty sure they were.
My first credit card was an American Express.
Huh.
They were advertising 2 flights for whatever, 2 round trip flights for I think $119 on Northwest. And the funny thing about a credit card, particularly an Amex card, that bill's due at the end of the month. And when you're 19, 20 years old, holy crap, can that be some sticker shock. 1958, Stan Musial becomes the 8th to get 3,000 hits. 1966, the Rolling Stones release Paint It Black. 1976, the 9th and final ABA championship. The New York Nets beat the Denver Nuggets 4-2.
That was Julius Erving against David Thompson and Dan Issel.
1977, Howard Stern begins his professional broadcasting career at WRNW in Briarcliff Manor, New York. Today in 1991 is some of the best jeering ever done by a fan base. Give it up to the Yankee fans, because it was today when Jose Canseco was serenaded by the Yankee fans singing Like a Virgin by Madonna, because Canseco was dating Madonna. That's good stuff.
That's well played.
You're damn right it is.
When the rest of your dugout is laughing along with it, that's well played.
2007, Phil Mickelson wins the Players. It was the first time they played the Players in May. And in 2019, Felicity Huffman pleads guilty for her part in the U.S. college admissions scandal. Joe Louis and B. Arthur would have celebrated birthdays today. The pride of Saginaw, Michigan, my hometown. Stevie Wonder is 75 years old today. Dennis Rodman is 64. Stephen Colbert, 61. Darius Rucker, 59. Barry Zito is 47. And country star Morgan Wallen is 32. What did I miss, David?
All right. I got 3 things. I really think I'm going to go 3 for 3.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's did David pay any attention to the last 3 minutes of the show? Go ahead.
This is the tennis match that got forgotten about. This is the match as to why Billie Jean King had to play Bobby Riggs later in the year, because Bobby Riggs destroyed Margaret Court in the first battle of the sexes, 6-1, 6-1. And they basically said to Billie Jean, you got to play him, please. He's 60 years old, you please. So that's why the famous Riggs Billie Jean King match happened, because he destroyed Margaret Court on this day in 73.
Moulton, 1 for 1.
Pope John Paul II shot on this day in 81.
2 for 2.
And we used to sing about this. We were in college. There was a lot of alcohol involved. But today was the day 40 years ago in Philadelphia when the police bombed their own neighborhood in the MOVE headquarters and destroyed like 3 city blocks and killed 11. And
3 for 3.
Thank
Look
you.
at you.
And it ended up being, okay, I forget the name of the song, but we changed the words to "Who Dropped the Bomb on You, Baby?" Okay, and we would use Wilson Good, the mayor of Philadelphia's name, and move the headquarters, and we'd work that in. You know, Mark, that was midway through college, underage drinking on the dance floor.
David, that band is the Gap Band, and you should never, ever not know that.
Sorry. I was drunk. I told you I was drunk.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I've got 3 stories. What I need is a sponsor for this segment, so text sponsor to 21,000. We go to Louisville for the good, where Simone Biles delivered the Riders Up call, and she has donated her hats that she wore during the weekend to the Hats for Healing auction, a Louisville charity, and all the money to help kids. So good for Simone.
Good.
For the bad, we go to Australia, where police were called to an unstaffed police station in Melbourne, where a man smashed his way inside. An alarm was activated at a restricted area. Officers on patrol responded and took the man into custody, who smashed his way inside of a police station. He refused to listen to officers and was tased and doused with spray before he was finally arrested. I hope it was worth it. Finally, the ugly, we come back to Fort Myers, where Jordan Bradley arranged to buy a gold chain through Facebook Marketplace. However, instead of making the purchase, he pulled a gun on the seller while in the Walmart parking lot and stole the chain. The person who was robbed tried to follow the person who stole the necklace from him. The driver of the car, unaware of the robbery, accidentally reversed into the seller's car and sideswiped it. That car ended up in a ditch. Police arrested the rider of the car, recovering a gun that was thrown in the ditch. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, May the 13th, here on Miller and Moulton.
So everybody's playing in baseball. Man, it's a Tuesday. There's no day off today. So we got 15 series going on. We had 11 yesterday. Mark, one is nationally televised, and I think it'll interest you. TBS 640, Red Sox and Tigers.
Nice.
So there you have it. Rays back in action there in Toronto.
Well, then they've got a good shot to win because they're not playing at Steinbrenner Field, where they absolutely suck.
Right, and now they're back indoors. Okay, which obviously they're more comfortable with. Hey, we didn't point this out yesterday. All right, the Rays had a rain delay in their last series. It's the first one ever in franchise history at home.
You're right. I will say the Jays are red hot right now.
They are. They just went to Seattle, swept the Mariners. One other series worth mentioning, since the Cardinals have extended their winning streak to 9 and they're in Philadelphia, the Twins, after a day off, put their 8-game winning streak on the line in Baltimore. I think this is a big homestand for the Orioles. They're 9 games below 500, 3 with the Twins, 3 with the Nats, which will get a lot of attention locally. If the Orioles don't have a winning homestand, Mark, I'm telling you, I think the skids are greased. The changes are coming.
Well, the fan base is already clamoring for changes because of the start that you talked about. 15-24 on the season are the Orioles, and they are looking for change. Right now, management's basically saying, hold on, we're okay. But it's getting late early in Baltimore, David.
And I think the change needs to happen in the general manager's office. He's the one that assembled this pitching staff. I would not blame the manager for this old, injured, unproductive pitching staff. But that's just me. All right. Hockey, 1 game tonight, 8 o'clock, 4-letter network. Dallas hosting Winnipeg. Dallas up 2-1. Winnipeg's winless on the road in the playoffs. And they've lost every one of their games by at least 3 goals. And they've given up at least 5 goals in all 4 losses. And people want to vote him MVP. I'm telling you.
Right, and Kucherov's going to get no consideration really for MVP.
This Hollebuck's he's going to damage the Vezina trophy forever if he doesn't get his head out of his you-know-what. Seriously. Talk about an award that's going to become
and in Winnipeg, at some point, they're going to talk about wanting to trade him. If he can't produce in the playoffs, what the hell good's this regular season that they put up?
NBA doubleheader, TNT's got it. 7 and 9:30. Indiana, Cleveland at 7. Cleveland trying to stay alive at home. Pacers are getting 7.5. You're all over the points, aren't you?
I am. I think the Pacers get it done tonight, David.
I think the Cavs stay alive. I'm undecided on the points. 9:30 tonight. Denver and OKC, the only series in the NBA that's 2-2. OKC at home, a 10.5-point favorite.
Man, that is a lot of points in that game. It really is. But Denver, in order to win, has basically had to make a last-second shot. Oklahoma City, when they've won, they've been able to get comfortable victories. I like OKC. I think they win and cover tonight.
I like Denver to cover because 3 of the 4 games have been close. The one blowout was game 2 at Oklahoma City when the Thunder won by, nearly 50? But so I'm going to play the percentages here. We've had 3 close games in a blowout. Game 5, Jokic had a bad game 4. I don't think he has back-to-back bad games. Give me the 10.5.
So there you have it of what's going on tonight. The PGA gets started Thursday, at least we hope, because it's raining like a you-know-what in Charlotte, North Carolina right now, and it doesn't look to Wednesday. The latest forecast I looked at, Wednesday appears to be dry. Thursday and Friday, potential rain, and the weekend should be all right, but it is going to be a soggy Quail Hollow for the PGA.
So it's a long course that will play even longer, but man, these guys throwing darts, and Mark, greens that are wet are slower and smooth. These scores could be, Curtis Strange mentioned like 8 under, 10 under winning. Whew, if this course could hold up with this rain so that's the winning score, damn. I'm thinking double.
These guys with the ability to throw it at flags because the greens will hold. You heard Curtis Strange say what the PGA likes and what the majors like is a firm and fast golf course. Well, we'll have nothing close to that. Nothing close to that. And that allows the best players in the world to take aim at flags, knowing that the ball will hold. They'll even be able to hold it better out of the rough. So he says 8-9 under. Right now, if I put the over-under at 13.5 under, where would you go, David?
Ooh, wow. I was hoping you'd go 11.5. I really were. I'd still go over. I think the greens are going to be slow and smooth, and these guys are going to be making a lot of 20-plus foot birdies more than they normally do. Don't know if there's any more NFL schedule leaks officially today. We'll have them tomorrow, though, Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.